Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles mastering their market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alarm, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, defend the bullish. insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really make business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities. With millions of followers across social media, and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Good morning. Good morning. You're tuned into the breakfast show right here on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful Monday morning and we have enough pack to keep you going. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Of course, on today's show, joining me to analyze some of the headlines this morning, I have Mohammed Akonji in the studio. Good morning. Good morning. And of course, right here, prepared. What's the other thing you always say? Ready to fire, ready to go, ready to Right. How was your weekend, gentlemen?
Oh, mine was good. Let's start with me. Okay, fine. I thought it was start with you. Mine was good because I'm sure we need to ask about our team, and our team did excellently well.
Yay! Okay. Sorry for those people that. Sorry for those people that.
I keep quiet. You just keep quiet. Okay, at least they did well. Of course, it struggled, but at least the boys were able to see the game through. And then by Saturday, we played around 9 p.m. on Saturday, and we were 5 points ahead of Man City before they played yesterday. But of course, Man City did what they used to do best. So they 2-1. So we have like a 2-point gap between us. So of course, just like we say, we'll go again this weekend. The next premiership is the next game is the weekend, next Saturday. But we are playing Everton, and then we'll see how that pans out. My Sunday yesterday, I had to be able to visit family house in Ikorodu. I was there throughout. I think I spent my whole day. In fact, I got back home around 9:30 yesterday, and there's some things I didn't notice on the island here. You know, maybe the Dirty December groove has started, my lady. Oh my God, it was just when I was coming back because it was from Ikorodu, so I actually be able to take all the way from Dolphin Estate, down to Palomar Hill, then to checking points in law school side, and you see that everywhere you're just turning left, right, and center was just filled with a lot of balls, serious balls and things. In fact, I was thinking in my mind, are people not going to go to work today? This is what I saw there around that night yesterday, and you see people trooping out. Why not that's actually going in? So,
we Nigerians, we know how to party and still turn up at work.
I was supposed to go to work today. Maybe.
Yes, I was last time. I'm still at work this morning.
Still, you hear the jam right from the nooks and crannies of everywhere. Civic Tower, Eco Atlantic Hotel. What's this place called? That's under Falamo Bridge. You see a lot of activities, buzzing activities. Buzzing activities moving on there. It was actually unbelievable. So if that was in my mind, when people say go to work today, because those people they never appeared as those that are actually willing to go home on time. It's like I see the party just getting started and I go to work. People say go to work. I mean, that is just Lagos for you.
It's Lagos for sure.
I mean, the beehive of the activities.
Well, it is what it is. Running through Lagos during the weekend, especially Friday, you have one thing in mind, which is, look, if you don't plan yourself properly, you probably get stuck in traffic, rush hour, and then Saturday becomes all slow. So you have to also, because I mean, if you kind of person who lives on the mainland and you work on the island, there's a big tendency that you either decide to wait it out or leave late at night so you can get home on time, rest, wake up in the morning.
Friday, you are saying?
Friday, I'm talking about Friday, So exactly. So in line with the December thing that you say people are now getting in the mood of Christmas. It is what it is, right? But again, just use the opportunity to get people look anything to just be security conscious. Really, there's a time where those pocket of criminals are looking at to break into your glass of your car, take your property. This is the point where they are looking at you when you're driving and you're on your phone, you are trying to connect because they snatch your phone. And imagine this, you either decide to leave your vehicle, chase after them for your phone, or forget your phone, drive your vehicle. Because the idea is, what they do is, you see, it is a plan. They snatch your phone, they wait on the other side.
Open that.
You come out and then you leave your vehicle open and somebody comes and takes your laptop. Do you understand? So while people are out there, enjoying this whole thing, I'm telling you exactly what we saw this weekend, because it happened to someone who was in traffic, and I told the guy, look, stay in your car, let go of that phone, let go of the phone. Unfortunately, I didn't record. I wish my dash cam of my car was also I could record and show people that what's going on. And I mean, as a broadcaster, reporter, also as a media journalist person, you must make sure these things are reported. So be careful out there. Yes, get to December, we're in the groove. If you must make phone calls as you drive, why not properly? And if it's not important, don't even answer it. Keep it there. You can always come back to it. Right? Because once your phone is on and they see the light, whether it's at night or very early in the morning, right now, even in the afternoons, once they see the light through the glass, these boys are always ready to jump over, snatch your phone, and watch if you're going to come out. So they're looking at you and you're looking at them. And so it's a standoff. Come and get your phone now.
Right. So I think you are basically talking about people staying security conscious during this season. I think for me it's also yes, groove. I'm all about, I like enjoyment, all about the fun life, but I'm also going to tell people to just watch how you spend, because it's going to be a very long January,
so that
and things are really expensive, especially here in Lagos, Nigeria. I used to be all about frivolities, but I think now I'm beginning to have a rethink. Yesterday I went to somewhere and I bought suya like 8 pieces for 12.5. I was so angry. Yes, I was super angry. Yes, a very tiny piece.
Where did the rams come from?
It's not even ram, it's beef.
Okay, beef.
But it was ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
So beef is gotten from the cows, I mean to say. So the question is, if you have insecurity in the north, will it affect the amount of cows?
No, it has nothing to do with that, because the roadside suya and even the other places that are
expensive like
that. So even if you want to stay, I was so angry. Honestly, I've literally tagged them today because I was so angry. I don't like to tag business, but I was so angry. Yesterday, when he came to me, I said, is this a joke? Because sometimes it's maybe the garnishing or something.
Yes,
but it wasn't even any garnishing. It was just like 3 pieces of tomato and
8 pieces of it. Just like you said, go to the roadside and you pack. You never be able to pack the whole thing for 12.5.
You're feeding
you only pack the whole thing for 12.5. by the roadside.
You would even be feeding the entire family.
That's what I'm talking about now with the
So
I
think now I'm just going to say that
it's just the premium kind of a thing, or that
exactly,
that
especially
posture they wanted to be able to show the world
on the
that
island
premium
right
story like that.
now.
It's a
A lot
premium
of
base
things
and
are
things like
happening.
that.
Right, like a lot of things are happening on the island
Spending
right now.
pattern. Because just
People
like
are
our news
spending a lot
manager
of
used to
money.
mention, and that's exactly very important, so that you will not dirty December and start cleaning up in January. Because January will always be very long. By the time you dirty everything now, cleaning will not become very difficult. But one important thing I think we should be able to let our listeners understand as well was the story that broke yesterday. The 2 stories. I'm sure you followed the first one, the Pella story.
Yes.
But one of more important to me, I am not really a social media geek like that. There was the Bello Turji's case.
Oh, it's
the
an
terrorist. I'm sure we'll talk about it. Who called the press conference? The terrorist calling the press conference, accusing the government governor.
That's how bad things are now.
I was saying, of course, we're speaking in Hausa. It has actually gone viral. I'm sure you have seen the video.
It is already over the radio. People are playing it. Because are playing it. People are talking about it.
He called the press, of course, in that bush, right? So that's led credence to a lot of things. Last week, his second in command, he's called it Kalamu Musa Kachala, was killed by the Nigerian military. They killed him. He was second in command. Maybe so he has become really fidgety as a result of that.
Right.
So for him to call a press conference yesterday and started reading those
exposing something.
Maybe we'll get there in the paper. So it's just telling us the level that we are right now. Of course, I'm going to say sorry about that. I'm proud.
Right.
The press conference was in the forest. You can see that he's dividing that thick forest as well. That he called that, where our Minister of Information and Communication Technology and Digital Economy, Mr. Bosu Tijani, was saying that in fact they are trying to be able to bounce and jam our network. He was talking about that as a minister. That most of these terrorists yesterday pointed that thing to me. 2 things was what I learned from there. Because you see the sophisticated level of equipment that they use.
Weapons.
You understand that? Apart from the weapons, you're talking about the tripods and things like that. And he was actually speaking to give his own version of the story, to say that yes, they called me for a peace meeting in Zamfara State. I was there, but they didn't give me 35 million. That Musa Kamara was a negotiator, just like the Shegumi, who was actually the one that brokered that discussion with Bello Matawale. Bello Matawale is the Minister of State for Defense now, who was the former governor of Zamfara State, who was the one there. And yes, they called me, but they didn't give me any money. In fact, they was swearing by God that he has never seen 5 million in his life. He has never had 5 years. He was talking about that. You know, it was an Hausa, right? I don't understand Hausa, but you see the translation. That in my life, I've never seen 5 million. So how would they give me 30 million? Because the guy said, before he came for the discussion, he was demanding for 35 million. And they were able to, that was talking about the negotiator. He was the one that actually able to start all the discussion. That the Zamfara State government engaged him. He went to the forest to meet with them. And they said the only condition for them to talk is that, okay, the government should give them money. Whether that is true. But for him to have that brazenness, you know, that effrontery.
Yeah.
So even that he wants to set up a camera, to set up a tripod, like I said, we are doing it now.
That's how bad
to them now and relate to what's
gotten.
in Nigeria. You know,
Right.
of course, how bad has actually.
That's how bad things have gotten in
But
Nigeria.
People too, that shows to you that they might be in the forest, but you can see how sophisticated in terms of
so there are 2 things to get out of it, because I took my time to follow the story very well. One, when they say that our systems are being jammed, that is a lie. I will explain to you a very clear one. You see, they have network jammers. You also have anti-network jammers. And these things, not everybody can get a hold on them. Nigeria is a far more bigger country than most countries. And you cannot tell me that, because see, the normal network jammers, they install them on top of vehicles. Yeah, exactly. So what happens is that if you are around that area, your phone might not get signal, right? Look, you also have other countermeasures to that are only exposed and only can be used by some high-tech military grade. And we're talking about something you cannot buy in the open market. It has to be given to you by a big country like the United States. And the United States is and then there are other countries too that we can, as a nation, can get those things. We already have them. Right, so
I think we have them.
But you know that we're spending so much time on this conversation. But I just want to hear his final view. You know, when he talks about just very quickly, so we can move to the headlines.
Again, that is not a given. However, it is a point. What we will now do is this: can we also have these counter jammers? One,
yes, I think we do.
And that's one can be knocked off. That's one. Secondly, the fact that this guy has the influence to now come out to now say, look, you know what, that they are in bed with some of these ex-governors and those who we trust as politicians simply cements the fact that the day politicians remove their hand from our security business, that's when we will score huge success.
All right. On that note, let's see what we have on the headlines this morning on the Business Day television breakfast show. Aviation growth crashes to 2.8% as airfares soar. That's in line with the airfare soar, just hike that we're seeing. Oil, gas-free zones authorities seeks 10-year tax exemption. And in the world of elections, INEC disowns factional Accord Party governorship primary in Osun State. And finally, Taraba State Governor Kefas defects from PDP to APC. So we're still seeing a number of these defections here and there, a number of things going on, obviously. But we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back to see what we have on the newspaper review this morning. Do stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder. I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day television.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Welcome back. Still the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on Business Day. And of course, we're ready to see what we have on the front pages of the papers this morning. We'll start off, as always, from home. We'll start off with the Business Day paper this morning and see what we have on the big story on the front page of the Business Day paper. On page 3 of the Business Day paper this morning, it says Dangote accuses NMDPRA of economic sabotage. That one is on page 3 of Business Day paper. Of course, the other thing we have here is an advertisement. Harvest the Future with Ella Lakes PLC offer for subscription 18.8 billion. Ordinary shares on offer at 12.5 per share. That one is an advert, so you might want to also take advantage of that. But let's speak on Dangote accusing NMDPRA of economic sabotage.
Was a very important story that broke over the weekend. Actually, Dangote did an amazing thing over the weekend. What did he do? He was able to crash the price of petrol again. At least today, this morning started taking effect. I saw one this morning. So the price of petrol now is 739 naira. So at the gantry, you buy it for 699 naira, and they allowed it to be able to have a margin of about 29 naira to it, a markup, so I can able to make that profit. So I saw MRS this morning, and I saw at Dover, at the AP, they've adjusted their pump, and it's now 739. So 739 and 740 in Lagos. In fact, we're very close to the refinery because we stay close there. One was actually selling this money for like about 731 naira. So that's exactly how the price will reflect for this December period. But the question that now come about was the accusation he leveled against the Nigerian mainstream downstream petroleum regulatory authority about how they're trying to be able to frustrate him. Don't forget, this is the body that is responsible for petrol distribution and pricing. They're actually in charge of the midstream and the downstream, which is actually how petrol is actually becoming available to us. So he was able to accuse the MD particularly, maybe not the institution itself, but MD was actually the focus that he came up with. So he was talking about, at the time, it's been that from a common favorite. I'm trying to get the name of the MD. Maybe you get that I was talking about. So this is what I actually be able to mention. He was actually calling for the removal of Benga Komalafe, used to be the head. I don't know if everybody help me check the name, get the name of the NMDPRA. When I saw the story that I broke late yesterday night, Farouk Ahmed, thank you very much. That's his name. I just got the name now. Cool. Farouk Ahmed is actually the chief executive officer. The DG is able to have it there. So it was actually calling that Farouk Ahmed should be removed because of activities that he's doing, threatening to be able to undermine our domestic refining capacity. Because as much as possible, the NDPRA, don't forget, they are responsible for giving licenses for you to be able to operate refineries. They're giving him. At the same time, they also be able to allow some importations to come into the country. So this is what Dangote was actually now trying to actually be able to say, that what Farouk Ahmed is actually doing, that was actually appointed as chief executive officer, was the fact that he's trying to be able to frustrate local players while giving some undue advantage to importers. Particularly, he mentioned Total, who are still importing petrol into this nation. We call them the major marketers, the MOMANs, that's what they call them. The Major Oil Marketers Association, including Total, including Mobil, that still import petrol here. So Dangote felt that, because as much as possible, just like I said, so he announced that reduction, it was 749 per liter, which is actually the amount that most of them, some are said for 739, as I said. And some even go maybe to, because they're very close to the refinery. And Dangote is the one delivering it to them now, don't forget. So he has those trucks that are actually working on CNG and he's delivering the petrol to them to ensure that at least the period of December is actually becoming available to people. People's mobility is enhanced. And at the same time, for the second year running, we are seeing a situation where we are not concerned about petrol scarcity again in December. Remember our usual tradition, the usual trend is for December period to be suffering from a whole lot of petrol scarcity has started again. Last year, for the first time, we're actually able to see that there was no issue about scarcity. Things actually be able to move seamlessly. And this year as well, we're actually going to be able to have that. But okay.
If I might jump in quickly, it's good that we can see that Dangote can, begin to clear the air when people say, oh, we are afraid that some level of mobilization might come in. Now we are seeing a case of him even trying to crash, not even trying, crashing the price, like you rightly said. But let's history do its bit here. 2002, how much was fuel price? A liter, 65 naira a liter. I throw it back again, 2 years before that, 2000, it was 45 naira per liter. So if I look at it, are we not saying that every 20 years, right, we will see a double the price? Or are we saying that it's possible that if we give Dangote more space, this thing can come down to 200 naira per liter? Why am I saying so? Remember, Dangote only came into the market just about less than 2 years now.
I mean, started operation.
1 year now.
He has been there for.
That's less than 2 years. So 1 year plus, and he's giving those quote unquote wicked people who have been frustrating us. He's giving them run for their money. And someone out there will say he's not still doing the Lord's work. I believe that if, you know what, let us even say, please Dangote, monopolize the markets.
I think
again, this is not me being very unprofessional. Okay. Remember, I'm not an economist.
But you know, but just cut in a bit, but you know that we are digressing from this headline.
Most definitely we are.
The headline is actually supposed to focus on the accusation and then
yes. I'm making the point. So I can come back to that. Right. I'll come back to that. So why am I saying this is that
monopolizing it, I think.
Do you understand? What I'm saying, why I'm saying this is simple. That if we can record this kind of little drop, which means that at the end of the day, we can make those people swallow back their words, which is people who are actually complaining right now, right? That's back to our headline. Okay. So what I'm going to is this. Can we give Dangote more space? Let them keep complaining. Let those who are citizens of this country enjoy as we move ahead. It has dropped.
Yeah, it has. So what I'm saying is, that's important. NMDPRA is a regulatory body. They are the one responsible.
They're not happy that it's dropping. Do you know that?
So that was the one that let us feel like that. Farouk Ahmed, who is the chief executive officer of NMDPRA, appointed by President Tinubu, saw it as a good way. They are trying to be able to create a situation where we don't monopolize the markets, and that's why they are issuing import licenses to other importers to ensure that the whole thing, as much as possible, it is still tilted in favor of Dangote. Don't forget, if it has actually been able to have its way, NMDPRA were trying to introduce a 50% fuel tax on any fuel that you import into this country before it was suspended. Because all in the name of actually trying to be able to give him a level playing field, give him that competitive advantage over others. But Dangote called a press conference yesterday, just like Bill Tuji had his own. It was Dangote that we heard as well.
No comparison, by the way.
I'm just saying, his own press conference in the bush, in the forest, in the thicket. Sorry for that. Dangote called his own later yesterday evening. To be able to mention how NMDPRA are still issuing licenses, and that in fact has instituted a legal proceeding against them, but they have to stop since he promised to be able to supply us 1.5 billion liters monthly, and he's doing that already in his own words. With the distribution channel since September now been moving about, so it was in his own way and his own wisdom. We don't need to import again. But any capitalist, any businessman will feel like that. If I went to, I'll say that. But you as a regulator, you know I'm smiling.
You know I'm smiling.
I don't know actually.
So you see, look at it now. If he says we don't need to import,
exactly.
Do you know the amount of people who will be willing to because they are not happy? You see, let me tell you. Again, I'm not trying to digress. When Nigerians feel pain, some people are happy about it. That's why I use that word. If we're going to have fuel price keep dropping down, right? What's the price to pay? Monopolization.
That's what I'm saying. If we monopolize, what it simply means is no competition. You are allowed to be able to tinker with the price that you desire.
But guess what?
That's monopolization.
If it drops to 200 naira, and I asked you this, I said, would you like fuel price to be a little 200 naira? And let me monopolize the market. Nigerians force towards it. What do you think?
So what I'm saying is, ordinarily, but
it's not coming from that.
Very well. The price dropping down to 200 naira would be an important game changer, but it is unrealistic. because the going price in the international market, and don't forget that now we have deregulated the market. Don't forget the era of the government trying to fix the price of the last one they fixed was 185 naira before the president came in. Before the announcement of subsidy has gone, statement was made. Was 185, 186, minus 190. But if you go to the black market, remember then, so people buy it as much as 1,000 naira, right? The official price. So the government has stopped that in 2023. Now the market has been regulated. You try to be able to connect it to what happened on the international scene. Now the price of oil has struggled. Crude oil itself has struggled to lift above $70 per barrel. Even that body light is doing well, which is the one that we sell other friends. But it may not come down to 200. I'm just trying to be able to make 200 naira per liter.
I'm just trying.
Not in the immediate term. You can get there in the long term. I agree, man. You can get it in the long term. In the short to immediate term we're talking about now, I'm talking about the long term. You're talking about around 2027. If we get this sustainable level. So normally the price of oil will still be able to modulate between now and that's my crystal ball between now and next year to around about 500. That's the least it can go right now, because that's if you convert a liter of oil, a liter of petrol that we buy with the price of a barrel of oil. We sell the oil in barrels.
I think
the mathematics are always there.
I think for me, what I just want to say, particularly with respect to this conversation, is Dangote comes accusing the NMDPRA boss, particularly of economic sabotage. And what he was basically saying was, he called out his lifestyle, which I think many of our leaders don't do. He called out his lifestyle, saying that his lifestyle might be in some way conflicting with maybe like a little bit of conflict of interest, because his children, I think what I'm seeing here, his children, and they are paying as much as $5 million, and he said, and he used himself, that's as Dangote, who is the billionaire, who is obviously, I'm sure the NMDPRA boss probably is a billionaire as well. I don't know.
He's not a billionaire for that. Maybe he just
he mentioned that himself, as Dangote, his children schooled in secondary schools here in Nigeria, right? Because he's saying that, are you sure that in some way you are not conflicting? Do you understand?
And you are not actually taking bribes.
Yes, you're not taking, because your lifestyle is a lot. So I think that now this is something that is worthy of commendation. Just being able to call, because they said we need to continue to speak through to power. Just being able to call him and call him to accountability, for me, is what I think is really very important, commendable for Aliko Dangote.
I think I said he's not just calling for his removal, they want proper investigation.
Yes,
that investigation was there.
Yes.
If he has about 2 of the 3 children actually schooling abroad, they are paid to the tune of that humongous amount. This is a public officer, but that's what you are going to. Farouk Ahmed was not a billionaire. We all know Dangote was a billionaire. So he is not a billionaire. He's a government, he's a civil servant. You understand now? So for him to be able to finance that lifestyle, something that to be given.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, it definitely needs to be investigated. We need to investigate it and see what
exactly happened there.
You've just said this guy is a civil servant. How is he able to fund that kind of
$5 million?
And so if they not come tomorrow, keep on saying that, look, for what it's worth, look, he's correct. Let's be honest. What is correct?
Let's not investigate. Where is he getting the money from?
Do you understand?
$5 million in Switzerland.
It must be investigated. That's the most important thing. It definitely should be investigated.
It doesn't add up. Yeah. And so at the end of the day, who suffers? Nigeria suffers, because the more, I keep saying it, the more we have unregulated fuel price, the more we have this hike in price. Cost of living will be high. You just said that you went to buy cereal the other day, was somehow. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Transportation goes high. The cost of fuel is a critical margin that can depend and determine and spell out doom or boom. So if Dangote is giving that space, yes, it might sound a bit harsh. Oh no, Valentine, don't say we shouldn't manipulate. But if that happens and price comes down, people like this who are spending $500 to $600 million, right, sponsoring their children, will now say, okay, I'm going to have that money, because there's no money for them to steal. That's called a spade a spade. We have gone through a lot in this country. Why do we have insecurity in this country? Because some people feel as if they are marginalized. Unfortunately, that's not the criteria to go and kill anybody. But why do we have doctors going on strike? Because monies are not being paid. Why do we have us going on strike? Everything is tied to one thing, and one thing only: the big beast called the C, corruption. Can we stamp it from the very, very beginning?
And that's why, in a case like this, there definitely needs to be an investigation. And we would definitely keep our eyes on this story and see how it pans out.
So it has actually gone
because of the weeks.
I have a prediction.
What's your prediction?
By middle of next year, right? If we continue this trajectory, fuel might actually become 500.
Yes, it may. I don't think it might.
Okay, we don't have time to speak more on that, but let's move and see what we have on the front page of the Guardian paper and see. Sometime next year, we'll probably come back and see if we are at 500 per litre. But on the front page of the Guardian paper this morning, on page 4, it says CCIJ, Nigeria lost over 250 billion naira in contract and grant from Trump USAID cuts. That one, we know we're still facing a little bit of the aftermath of, getting cut out from the US aid. And on page 4 still, it says ECOWAS leaders pledged to deepen democracy amid regional instability. That's on page 4 of the papers this morning. Still on page 4, it says petrol to sell at 740 naira per litre, says Dangote. Alleged regulatory sabotage of refinery. And on page 6 of the papers this morning, the big story on The Guardian says Buhari's legacy on trial as Emefiele ex-ministers face 3.5 trillion naira graft probe. That one is on the front page, the big story on The Guardian. And still on page 6, the world of energy, Nigeria's power reform stalls as tariff politics, 4 trillion naira debt deepen sector's crisis. That's in the energy sector. Politics now, Osun 2026 on page 8 says Adeleke G3 says APC as INEC dismisses factional AP candidates. That's our dancing governor. It's a little bit G3 at this time. On page 37 of the papers this morning, FRS kicks as Northern elders condemn tax data deal with France. That's on page 37. On page 7 of the paper, Center warns against one-party state, cites Zimbabwe example and others. And in the world of education, it says federal government bans admission and transfer of students into SS3 and special centers. On page 9 of the papers, 21 years later, unions renew call for Nigeria Airway retirees severance pay. This is on page 9 of the papers. But real quick, we could just touch on Buhari's legacy on trial as Emefiele ex-ministers face 2.5 trillion naira graft.
That's unbelievable. So we'll be seeing that wave of most of the ministers that served under the last administration coming under the crosshairs of the FCC. The last one was just basically the over 2.2 billion naira that was just announced. Before then, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Chief Timothy Silva, was also arrested. And then we've seen cases of the Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, what's her name again? Sadia Umar Farouk, who has also been picked up by the FCC. Then the elephant in the room, Emefiele himself, the former central bank governor. We all know the case is still on now. There are close to about 17 cases, different cases that the FCC has instituted against him alone. You know, I say about the Naira design, his Naira nomination he did in 2022, to a whole lot of other allegations that have been leveled against him. And that cut across, in fact, several other ministers, other special advisors that served on that. And so that is really, really putting Buhari's legacy, as we said, under a very important searchlight, under serious trial. That how the president just lethargic and flippant to allow some of these crafts and some of these grafts to actually just be able to hold sway while he was actually in power. And so totaling everything now, that is so far that's been revealed, 3.5 trillion has actually been graft issues that have not been accounted for. You know, the TFC is actually probing his ex-ministers for. So the chief architect of the administration, or the president of the leader of the administration, is dead by now, but a whole lot of things are actually coming to light as to what many of them did while they were in power. So can be able to see, if we look at The Guardian, we see the pictures, the faces of some of those ministers. Timothy Silva was there, Chris Ngige, we have Aji Serika, we have Emefiele himself, Aji Asadi Omar Farouk, who was also there. A lot of other ministers, and I'm sure it has not ended there. We'll still be able to have cases of others who served in that cabinet, who served in the administration, coming to light. So readers can actually be able to read and get that. I'll just be able to mention one thing and then I can yield the floor to my brother here. I think it was the case around USAID court again. I think it came to the limelight. With lost. In fact, 250 billion was only in LSA, was just in one of them. There are other aid that come from the USAID. Analysts and data analysts, have estimated it to a tune of about 1 trillion, trillions of naira that have actually lost as a result of the Trump aid cut. But that is the reality on ground. That's come to stay. The man has actually been able to cut those aids and even trying to cut the more. So they just want to impose 150, for example, in contracts and grants. If you now talk about other areas, you understand now, especially for HIV/AIDS, for example, AIDS itself, HIV/AIDS, the one that comes from some form of education, the one that comes from other projects as well. I mean, it is actually quite good.
Yeah, and I think also let's talk about, let's go to the energy sector with Nigeria's power reform stalling as tariff politics and 4 trillion naira debts deepen the sector's crisis. I do commend the energy sector, but I also think that sometimes there's something that is missing, that a missing part of the puzzle that needs to be fixed. Because if you look at the past 1 week or so, 2 weeks,
what have you noticed?
The power has been terrible. I don't know what's going on.
Thank God.
I don't know what's going on.
How was it the mainland?
So again,
that is very good. I thought it's a cross section. We've not had till this morning.
It's crazy.
My phone, it was about 3%.
It's a cross section. So some will say band A, others will say band B, as the case may be. But truth be told, most people out there cannot even afford units, even if you're band A. Right, it all depends on what kind of what kind of business you run. If you pay because you are a resident, it's different from paying when you own a company, right? Because you have more So you have more industries located around residential areas. So if you look at it, someone who runs a company is paying premium, right? Is paying in fact on automatic. You don't expect the power distribution company to now not give that area more less than that. Give you who is residential, who you go and pay, you probably recharge 2,000 naira, 3,000 naira, what's called a unit. So in an event to make sure some certain, businesses that are affected, those people who actually regulate this light, who actually, the power distribution company, they know what they're doing. Now, I'm not trying to make an excuse for them for not giving us power. But at the end of the day, if we have a epileptic power supply, it simply means one that signals to one angle, which is there's corruption somewhere. Let's just be honest.
So what I think Leeds came out from, and I think I bought into that narrative, because I thought it was only in our place. So I thought I went to Kodu yesterday, and you can see it was the same complaint everywhere. The electricity has actually been
something is happening in this period.
So
I don't know what's going on.
Is it death? It is not like the national grid collapsed again, but that was what I thought. If I have to check, so they were it doesn't collapse.
It's not the national grid.
So before I left there, of course, they restored it. But they were, in fact, the way they were just complaining, people have to be able to donate their phone somewhere to charge. Not usual when there is electricity in an area. In fact, my own place there was because, of course, we have solar, as I told you about. That was what we've not had light since Thursday. I got back home on Friday. My wife was telling me about they've not bought the power, and I was home on Saturday. Throughout yesterday, when I got back home, they're still saying the same thing. So I think something is really happening.
And do you know what I'm going to say?
We have not really been able to see the real
problem. Do you know what I'm going to say? When we have conversations like this, I call them third world conversations. Because we're dealing with the problems that we deal with in Nigeria are low quality problems. Problems, it's
low quality.
Yes, problems are part of life, but we deal with low quality problems, and I see this conversation as third world conversation. So when people say, "Oh, Nigeria is a giant," and then some of these countries that we think were bigger than are laughing, honestly, they have every reason to laugh, because I can't believe that now I'm still talking about light issues, we're talking about so-called eyebrow areas. There's nothing eyebrow about the electricity.
Should I help us very quickly?
I think stable, but now I don't know.
Are you aware the countries that we supply power? And it's very, very quickly I'm going to use this. Because I don't understand. If we give Benin Republic, that's the reason why. That's why. Well, that assist. Fine.
We used to supply them power, so they've had their own now.
Exactly. They have theirs now.
Togo, Niger, have they stopped giving them power?
No, Niger too stopped. Okay. We activated it back because of the military takeover. Right. Okay. We cut it out then, so that forced them to actually be able to invest in their own now.
Fantastic.
So
what does this mean now? It means that since we are dedicating less energy, right, to those other neighboring countries, there is no excuse why we shouldn't have more than enough to supply. So there's a big C.
There's a serious crisis in the power sector.
It's the way I was able to break it down, so you understand.
So you look at the value chain at the Genco level, generating level. You know, we have the Gencos, we have the generating companies, we have the transcos, transmission companies, we have the discos, the distribution that distribute to us, which is the people we interface with directly. The Gencos, we are generating now about 12,000 to 15,000 megawatts of electricity. Now, they are the ones to be able to channel it from the transmission companies before we get to the discos. The discos, maybe because of weak infrastructure that they have, hardly could, all of them, there are 11 of them, could be able to buy up to 5,000 of the megawatts to supply the whole nation. And we said that the amount of electricity that we need for us to be able to have a stable power supply in this nation is about 130,000 megawatts. That's what we need. That's our target. We need to get to 130,000 megawatts for us to boast of.
And we're about how many? Our population is about
230 million.
230
million, roughly. Some will say 210, 220, around that range. With the projection to get to 400 million, don't forget, by 2050. Exactly. We have the NPC there. So 130,000 megawatts is what we actually needed. South Africa, that is just less than just a fraction of what 35 million people thereabout, has how many? About 50,000 megawatts, more than enough to be able to go around. So we are still battling with the willing capacity of about 12,000 to 15,000. But that's even what they generated. What they distributed is within the range of 5,000, 4,005 megawatts. But the last two, just like Liz said, something is really, really not clear, you know, about the power sector. And people asking the question. I was actually, so when I get to the code yesterday, I felt like we need to be able to dig into it today, and I will try to be able to find out the cause of it.
Let's talk about this story on page 9 real quick before then we'll go to the Vanguard paper, because I'm sure that we have stories. This one on 21 years later, unions are renewing calls for Nigeria Airways retirees severance pay. I'm actually curious to know even like how much are they currently getting? Yes, as this severance pay, because we need our pensioners to actually we need our pensioners to actually be well catered to.
This is Nigerian Airways. Nigerian Airways have been born, don't forget, since the 90s. Nigerian Airways. And most of the retirees there, till today, have not gotten their severance pay, their gratuities. So,
21 years later.
21 years later.
In a country
so
that
21 years when after Nigerian Airways, crashed.
And the fact that their children will probably now this is a probability, will probably not even have enough. So these people actually need their severance pay.
Definitely.
So it's crazy that people are old. I remember seeing my grandmom.
Went through the same thing.
Yes, talk about having to imagine an old age where she should be going to go and struggle for pensions. It wasn't even funny.
But I know it has changed now. Sorry about that. So they move it to private custodians. Things have actually changed a little bit.
Has it really changed?
Oh, yeah, it has to a reasonable extent. In fact, I was telling you, I don't know if I would say it on here. If one of the plans now is, if you have your contribution, you are entitled to collect 25% while you are serving to buy properties. You want to be able to buy real estate. 25% of your contributions, you are allowed to take it. I've spoken to them and told me to come. Okay, you can allow to do that. Once you provide your documents for your real estate or property you want to buy, you submit it and you get it. You don't need to wait till the end of time after you retire, then collect everything. The law says 25% of you are entitled. Also, in this 4-month period, if you didn't get any pay, maybe because you were sacked, you're also entitled to collect 50% of the money.
Again.
So these are the new adjustments that have been made. But those days of the Nigerian Airways, the days when it was still being centralized by the government, those are some of the vestige of those, the traces, the residues of those are what we are seeing right now. But things yes, we are not yet there at the El Dorado yet. It's not yet woo yet. But at least things are a little bit better.
It's better with 21 years.
No, I'm talking about the modern day pension scheme.
Okay.
I'm talking about Nigerian Airways was still under the federal government then.
Yeah.
And that's 21 years now after Nigerian Airways,
and something needs to be done about that.
Something has to be done. Thank God that it's getting actually able to call it out now. Maybe people can take it up there and fight for these people to ensure that their severance pays and their gratuity that they pay on time.
Yep.
Well, it's always the case when you get to see, like I always say, when there's a lacuna, it will show because most definitely. Because those who and it's strange when people say, it takes a while to actually make this thing run, digitalize. Like you go to Pencom, what's called Pencom office, and hear something else. They tell you, our system is working very well, right? You go online. You go online to access the portal. Keeps telling you loading. So they force you to go to physical offices, which doesn't make any sense. You are spending money, transportation, labor,
Old parents, old people.
These are old people. So it ends up frustrating that age.
Themselves.
And these are seniors.
Right. What do we have on the front page of the Vanguard paper this
says,
morning?
Again, just as if we know what we're talking about. Pension again. There we go. It's a pension saving under pressure as FX investment growth slumps to 1.6%. All right. You can see that one on page 21. Then page 14 here says Governor Kefas dumps PDP, picks APC membership and Kara. Tired of the ethnic Joseph. So I just believe they're all, they're actors in their own game.
Of course, they're political actors.
But what's more important right here, which is the reason why I think Nigerians will sit up and listen to this part. It says 2 former governors feeling insecurity in Nigeria. This just simply confirms that. And again, it says Tuji Bello. It simply confirms, or maybe I should throw it to you. What does this actually mean? I hope you speak my mind, though.
Okay. Perhaps. I don't even have that much.
But very real quick.
So I think we spoke about it at the other stage, and I'll be. So Ben Tuji said that the 2 governors was actually the 2 states. They never mentioned of the governors is Zamfara and Sokoto State, which is actually is hotspot. That's where he operates. And actually been operating there, collecting ransoms, collecting taxes from people to go to farmland. He has killed a whole lot of people. He spoke in outside just like we mentioned, and he made those allegations that it was this governor that started the crisis, according to him. If you see the way he spoke, and that was the second thing I was mentioning in the morning, he spoke as if he's a victim as well, a victim of marginalization, a victim of abandonment from the government, and that's what made him to be able to do this. But just like you said earlier, we can't justify that. We cannot justify it on that scale. So he mentioned that they gave him this amount of money. I'm sure with today, things will actually be able to come to the fore. We'll know what exactly truly happened. We know that he was hobnobbing with the former governors of Zamfara State. There was a time he was even the governor of Zamfara State Government House. He was there to negotiate and discuss that, and also be able to, make statement around all those yesterday.
Right. So, can we take any other story?
I want us to go ahead, but you see, this particular issue will not do justice to it fully.
Maybe tomorrow we can.
So let's move on and see what we have on the cartoon of the day. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day this morning on the newspaper review segment. You see somebody that looks like someone.
A VIP.
Yeah, but then he has a VIP hat. And is that like, so what animal is this?
Like that's the shell of the tortoise.
Okay, so the shell is
off.
So what? Well, okay. You want to say something?
Then the shell has police protection on it, so like the shell has come off the back.
Police protection. Oh, yeah. Okay. I couldn't see that clearly.
So the shell has come off.
The
back of the snail. Like a snail, right?
Snail? No, a tortoise. That's a tortoise.
A tortoise, okay. Yeah. The tortoise, sorry. Yeah. So the shell comes off the back of the tortoise, and we all know the implication of that.
And that's police protection. So, and then VIPs obviously you see that that's VIP. So it's like, oh, okay.
So all of them are crying wolf right now.
Yes, because now
why are you withdrawing all this from me?
Withdrawing.
So it's not like you just be able to strip them bare. You saw the debate at the floor of the National Assembly last week, where many of the senators were even saying, I only have one aid attached to me and you are removing it. But it has to be able to go all round.
I mean, if they have as much money to blow, then they should hire private security.
We let the police be able to go back to the police work.
The truth of the matter is this, look, the president also gave the soft landing. He said, look, go to NSCDC.
Oh yeah, now
security, private security,
or better still, you have the money.
Private security.
So I don't see why
police should
unless truth be told, some people have created an industry that they are benefiting from.
Okay, we'll leave it at that today on the newspaper review segment.
Something has to be done, definitely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for staying tuned to our channel today. Up next is Business Week at 9 a.m. Do stay with us. Thank you.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy. This is where business meets perspective, with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good morning and welcome to Business Day Television. We're bringing you a fresh edition of Business Week, a weekly roundup of key and impactful economic developments relating to Nigeria and sometimes even with global perspectives. We have a great lineup today, and as usual, I'll be joined here in the studio by Business Day's editor, Lolade Akimu Rele, as well as our chief economist at Business Day, Dr. Adeosun, who is joining us online from Abuja. Before we get into today's conversation, some headlines of important news stories around the world. The central bank will today mount its last auction for the year, and it is expected that it will be raising about 825 billion on behalf of the federal government. One person is reported to have been killed, an unspecified number of Nigerians abducted as bandits attacked a branch of the evangelical church Winning All, that's the Ekwa Church in Bunu, local government area of Kogi State on Sunday. This comes incidentally on the same day that Ekwa issued a very strong statement in which it affirmed the happening of Christian genocide in parts of northern Nigeria. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, UNCTAD, says global trade to slow in 2026. Finally, the number of people killed in a Jewish attack in Australia has risen to 16. And leaders around the world are singing the praise of the middle-aged man who attacked one of the shooters and subdued him, taking away his gun. That's about all that we consider important happening this time around the world. We will now go into today's conversation, and we will be starting our today's conversation with examining what appears to be another evidence of outcomes, positive outcomes of reforms in Nigeria. That is the fact that foreign investors are returning to the Nigerian capital market on the back of improved FX stability. So, Lolade, let's start with this. What exactly are we seeing that is happening, and can we help to dimension the size of the return?
Okay, so last week Business Day did a story on just looking at the inflows, foreign investment inflows into the stock market. Typically, the Nigerian Exchange Group releases this monthly report that just gauges inflows of foreign investment inflows into the stock market. And so the report for October showed that for the first time in 3 years, foreign investors actually turned net buyers of Nigerian stocks, which means that there were more inflows than outflows in October. So you had inflows of about 1.1 trillion naira against outflows of 909 billion. So that gives you a positive difference. So that's what we mean by net buying.
Yes.
So that's not really a surprise, given that we've seen some really transformational reforms that have kept, that have excited foreign investors, whether it's the foreign exchange market liberalization, for instance, has just made it easier to access dollars. Foreign investors now have that confidence that if they put money in the stock market, they can easily take it out. You also have the case of the interest rate environment as well. I mean, there are a lot of attractions for foreign investors in the stock market today, and we're seeing that evidence in terms of the inflows that has come in. Let me give you some more numbers now, just to compare what happened in October, between January and October of 2025 with previous years. So between same period 2024, you had total inflows of 344 billion versus outflows.
That's a third of what we have seen so far.
Precisely, versus outflows of 400 billion.
Which was net outflow.
Exactly. You had more outflows than inflows.
Yeah.
In between January to October 2023, you had inflows of 122 billion, just 122 billion versus outflows of 168 billion. And then in 2022, same period, you had inflows of, which was the last time we had net inflows. You had inflows of 178 billion versus outflows of 171 billion.
So the catastrophic collapse in inflows began after 2022.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask, so what happened in 2022?
Really. So in 2023, you had
what triggered the change?
Yeah, you had a change of guard. I mean, foreign investors had complained. Even apart from that, even local investors were feeling the pain, the pinch of the acute dollar shortages that we had. We had artificial rates. Even though the central bank pegged the rate at a certain level, many businesses could not access dollars at that rate. So foreign investors were more or less trapped in the country. They couldn't get out. That's where you started seeing a lot of them exploring very creative means of buying some stocks who were dual listed, some stocks listed in Nigeria and in London.
So they can exit finally abroad.
So they were coming up with multiple ways to do that. But in 2023, you had a change of guard at the central bank. I think that was when it was October 2023 that Mr. Olayemi Cardoso was appointed as the central bank governor, and just started to roll back on some of those policies. Just essentially liberalize the foreign exchange market, entrench the idea of a willing buyer, willing seller, which helps the currency find a market value. And with that, I mean, even if in 2024 you still had quite tepid inflows, but
because people were they were watching.
They were watching, testing the waters.
Yes.
But this year we've seen that confidence has really peaked, and investors are very comfortable. They've tested, they've seen that this is a model that works. Nigeria is sticking to this approach. Even though we had some turbulence last year, they were carefully watching to see if the CBN would break and then reverse to its old practice of fixing the rate, but it didn't happen, which gave them extra confidence. And I think, from here on, we'll kick on. 2026 will even likely be better than this year.
Thank you that you mentioned 2026, because I wanted us, when we come back, to explore what may happen in 2026, and not just in terms of improved data, but also what does it mean for the market? What does it mean for those who are investing in the stock market in Nigeria? But let's cycle to Dr. Adeosun, who, as I said earlier, will join us from Abuja, and just to get his take on what has become a very regular emergence of evidence suggesting that Dr. Adeosun's reign as governor of the central bank has been, without any question, absolutely positive. I don't think, Is he muted? Dr. Adeosun, we're not hearing you. We're trying to fix the technical issues, and I hope we can come back to you. But in the meantime, I will stay with Lolade, who is here with me in the studios. Now, I asked the question, what happened in 2022? That's when the madness began. when investors began to vote with their feet.
Yeah.
They began to be worried by what was easily the case that they bring in the money and the money is stuck in Nigeria. And what they did, including some of the very creative measures that you alluded to, they began to flock towards stocks that were dual listed so they can buy here and then exit abroad. As part of that madness, what other things did we see apart from the disequilibrium in exchange rates? Did interest rates and money rates also play any role?
Yeah, good question. So, at that time as well, we had, not only did we have the artificial exchange rate, we had artificial interest rates as well, because the central bank was trying to suppress rates so that the government's borrowing cost doesn't go even higher than it already was. Yes, so it was really pretense, really. But now we have, so I think what is clear to investors is, they want predictability. And what this new central bank governor has given to them is exactly that. So the return to monetary orthodoxy means cuts across. It's not just about foreign exchange, it's also about interest rates and money market rates. It just goes to show that now the central bank is more predictable, investors know what to expect, you don't have...
Policies aligned.
Exactly, policies are aligned, you don't have a case where, you have unorthodox policies, which means that the central bank would just decide to come up with some policy and say that, well, this is homegrown, it's not the typical policy that you would expect, but that has been taken care of, and I think that we're seeing the results now with the type of inflows we're seeing in the market.
Interesting. I often chuckled when Nigerians were speaking about homegrown economic policies, and I asked the question frequently: when you are ill, you don't go for homegrown unorthodox medical procedures. You go to the best hospitals in the world.
Exactly, tested and trusted.
But when the economy is sick, then you begin to invent economic theories that have never been tested, simply because you are in denial of the reality of the situation. And for years, they deceived everybody, including Nigerians and the leaders, and got our economy easily on its knees.
Yeah.
But thankfully, we have a new central bank governor that is courageous and willing to do the right thing, regardless of what the price might be. And we're all warned anyway that it was going to be a painful price we will pay.
Yeah.
But it didn't take more than 2 years. We're now beginning to count the gains of that sacrifice that we were asked to make. So very good. Now, is Dr. Adeosun able to join us? It would be nice just to get your take, given that you are in Abuja. We're talking here about policy failure and of course, the gain that a nation can have when it puts trusted, honest, credible people in positions in government.
Hello, good morning. Confirm you can hear me, please. Hello, good morning.
We're hearing you with some echo, but you can go on.
All right. Thank you so much for having me. Like I was trying to say initially, that the initial return of portfolio investors is a huge vote of confidence. And for many reasons, it's showing improved forex liquidity, and that there's opportunity in Nigeria. However, if you want to compare and contrast, you will realize that in some other countries, for example, Egypt or Argentina, who had undergone devaluation or a float of their exchange rate, they too also got an initial surge in portfolio inflows, as assets are typically deemed cheaper and so on and so forth. So one thing we need to know is, how do we ensure that these inflows, how do we consolidate it? How do we ensure sustained inflows? And we are aware that sustained inflows will depend on a number of things. The ongoing structural reforms must be sustained. There must be policy consistency, and then we must also have economic growth. We also need to note that we should not just be fixated on these short-term traded, portfolios. Our eyes is on the big picture, and the big picture here is foreign direct investment. investments that will help us build industries, manufacturing industries that help us build massive infrastructure. So the government or the Central Bank of Nigeria must focus on policy sequencing. How do we accelerate, for example, the sale of attractive government assets, for example, stakes in NMPC subsidiaries, so that we can lock in longer-term strategic investments. The reason for this is so that we can avoid arbitrage. You know, some of these foreign investors, they will come in 2, 3, 4, 6 months later, they go out, and we need sustained inflow that we can really use for our own development. Again, we also need to watch, put our eyes, our attention, focus on the fiscal side. You know, can government also begin to look out for, you know, what other subsidies can we remove? You know, maybe electricity. Then how can we rationalize, for example, the civil service? You know, how can we ensure that we firm up a lot of things around this reform agenda, since we see that it's the ongoing reforms that is bringing in this positive you know, inflow of foreign you know, this interest in our stock market. Thank you so much.
Dr. Diashun has tried to make the distinction between portfolio inflows and direct investment, and of course I take that point. And he's asked that government should focus on attracting foreign direct investment. I think my response would be that that is already happening. We have a report last week that PZ has now reversed its policy to sell its African assets and exit from the continent on the back of improved macroeconomic environment in Nigeria. So that has to be clearly an example of foreign direct investment that was meant to leave Nigeria that is now going to have to stay. And the fact that they are staying means that they are going to have to attract, you know, more capital.
And there's some new investors coming into the retail sector as well. Cinemat, for instance, the Chinese one.
The Chinese one.
So there are quite a number of them. I guess for FDIs, it's more long term.
And it does not. You don't activate it by switching off a light or switching on. It takes time. You know, because I mean, first thing you want to see is the foreign portfolio investors being comfortable. And then the truth is that these same people are the guys who are financial advisors to many of the foreign direct investors. So when they are comfortable and they begin to tell a positive story about your country, then you can expect that on the back of that, you can start seeing some initially.
If they have difficulty taking their money out, for instance, the portfolio investors, then it sends a signal to the foreign direct investors that if they want to also repatriate their dividends, they're going to experience similar difficulty.
Precisely. And Dangote is saying, buy stock in Naira, get foreign exchange dividend is a clear signal that even for those who want to dollarize their dividend payment, this can be possible as well. Now, we spoke earlier. We said we were going to explore what may happen in 2026 on the back of the improvements that we are seeing. So let's get into it. Dr. Diashun says there is a need to deepen the reforms. So I wanted to ask, apart from just doubling down on what the central bank has done, isn't there other things that perhaps the fiscal authorities can do as well to make the market attractive? I believe that firstly, you want to ensure that there are assets that are attractive for those who have money abroad to come and buy. Because you can't just bring the cash and sit it somewhere in the bank. The prognosis by Bismarck Rewani, a friend and a good economist, is that the Nigerian market valuation could reach 263 trillion next year on the back of the flotation of Dangote refinery and NNPC. Let's talk a bit about this. so that yes, I am comfortable that I can take my money back, but I also want to put that money when I bring it in
the
attractive assets.
So for 2026, I think the strategy for investors, whether retail or institutional, I think it's really clear. We are definitely going to see an upsurge in activity. The Dangote refinery listing, for instance, huge deal, big one, could add about 90 trillion to market valuation or capitalization, which would then take it to 263 trillion. If you also factor in NNPC's listing as well, but that's neither here nor there. But we can be assured of a private listing from Dangote refinery. But I think that 2026 could also be the year that foreign investors really come into their element and pour into the normal traditional stocks that they've always been very happy to invest in, the blue chip stocks, the banks. In fact, I had a meeting with some foreign investors last week, and they were talking about how the fact that Dangote refinery is likely to list next year should have a very good positive rub-off on Dangote Cement and other Dangote entities listed on the NGX.
Yes.
And they were already telling me about their plans to invest in some of those companies next year. So I think there's really opportunity in the stock market for investors, for savvy investors, to just look at the blue chip companies, the big companies with strong fundamentals, the big banks, Dangote Cement, MTN, for instance, is another big one. A lot of people will still tell you, if you look at the numbers, despite the fact that MTN is now over 400 naira, it's still pretty much undervalued. This is a stock that was listed at 160 when the public offering was done initially, but it's still undervalued when you compare to peers in emerging markets. So if you look at it, one of the foreign investors also mentioned that the Nigerian stocks are still being priced as depressed assets. Meanwhile, if you look at it, they are actually recovering assets. So they are turning the corner, but investors are just gradually starting to find that comfort, yes, to discover that. But I think 2026 will be the year that this comes into full effect, and the market will really just rally.
Dr. Adeosun, you started this really talking about what we must do beyond the reforms by the central bank just to deepen the market. What exactly do you think the fiscal authorities can do? I mean, there used to be a time when investors were quite worried about about governance issues at the stock exchange. It's been many years now that is gone. There's been improved governance at the exchange, but we may have a situation where we don't have enough assets to be bought and sold. So what can be done? You have electricity discos that have not been listed. You have a number of very good performing oil producing companies that are not listed. You have a number of fintechs that are doing well that are not listed. How do you lure these people into the market, deepen the market, create more attractive assets to pull in foreign investors?
Thank you so much. One of the first things to do to attract additional private sector players is for the government to also play. What do I mean by play? There are low-hanging fruits, NNPC subsidiaries, NNPC Trading Limited. Nigeria still has good stocks in LNG, and I think even if we take 10 to 15% of this stake, we put it out on the stock, NNPC Retail Limited, Nigerian Ports Authority, we can consider some of these things. And there are other, maybe like toll gates here and there that, maybe Lagos, Ibadan, Abuja, Kaduna, highways. There are some of these infrastructure that we can also find a way to list. Airport terminal concessions, this will provide additional impetus. And once government shows faith in the market by listing more of our assets, the private sector, organized private sector, will also want to take advantage of this. I think these are some of the things we can do in addition to what Lolade had mentioned. Thank you.
By itself, force or compel companies to list on the exchange. But I think government has a number of levers. I spoke about the discos and the gencos. In some of them, government still has significant equity. So as a shareholder or significant shareholder in some of these organizations, the government has has influence in bringing some of these assets to the market. In other ways, the government can create incentives, maybe a tax allowance or a tax holiday for 1 or 2 years to say if you were to list on the exchange, we will give you a tax exempt for a number of years. So I believe the government can do a lot outside just compelling companies to list on the market.
Precisely, that's very correct. Because if you look at it, there's still issues around the depth of our market. There's still a lot of companies that are outside the market than the ones that are in the market. If you look at the South African market, for instance, the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, you see that the market valuation or capitalization is about 300% of the economy. But in our case, Bismarck's projection would just at 263 trillion next year would just take us to about 70%
of GDP.
Yeah, so I mean, in South Africa is 300%. So there's still a lot of work to be done in terms of just encouraging, like you said, companies to list on the market. And tax rebates is one of those tools that other markets have used in the past, and it really worked because, of course, it's a win-win. So for the company, it makes sense. You get some tax rebates, it could be 5 years, and then you list your company on the stock exchange. You're giving opportunity to Nigerians to also be part of that entity, which is.
I wanted to ask the question: does the government know it has that responsibility? But I then decided not to, given that sometimes this year we had the BPE saying that it was going to bring some electricity or energy assets to the market at some point, but we haven't heard any much more about that. But we trust that the DG at BPE is a sound guy. This is a man who started the PPP in Lagos, so we expect that he would come true on his promise. Anyway, we will take a break at this point. Please don't go away. We will be right back. Thank you.
Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems,
empower communities, and creates the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome. We're back. This is Business Week, brought to you by Business Day Television. We've been talking about the return of foreign investors to the Nigerian Stock Exchange, how good it is for the economy, and we also examined, on the back of what we have seen, what may happen in 2026. And the general view was that it will be big, it will be massive, especially given the fact that Dangote's listing of its refinery asset alone would take market capitalization to well over 200 trillion naira. But we also said that the federal government, through its fiscal authorities, have a role to play in incentivizing the migration of good assets to the market, so that people are not bringing their foreign exchange to park it here in Nigeria. We will now pivot, make the transition to talking about Nigeria's plans to cut its company income tax level from 30% to 25%. This is being taken by some in government as big, but my view is that whereas it's good effort, the outcome is very unlikely to be meaningful, simply because when you look at it in terms of global comparison, it doesn't scratch the surface at all. What do you think, Lovely?
I totally agree. I mean, you're speaking about the global average. That's about 23%, which is still lower than the 25% that is being proposed. Even in the US, the federal tax rate is 21%. So
and US is almost awash in
yes,
investment.
Exactly.
We are hungry,
we need to do
looking for investment, and we are pitching at a level higher than the US.
It's unbelievable. And 25% really, I know that initially when that was muted, some governors kicked back to say that if you reduce from 30% where it currently is to 25%, that it would lead to loss of revenue for the government. But I don't think so, because if you look at the numbers, take Egypt, for instance. Egypt's corporate income tax rate is 22.5%. Now, in the fiscal year of 2024...
And you would say that's a peer to Nigeria,
yes.
a country that we should be getting better ahead of. You know.
Precisely. 22.5, still high though, but at least better than what we've got and what we're even proposing to move to. So in 2024, Egypt raked in about $21 billion in corporate income taxes alone.
In 1 year?
In 1 year. Nigeria, about 6.9 trillion, which comes to about $9.8 billion.
With its 30,
with our 30% rate. So sometimes it's not really about...
so it's not about how high...
Yeah, it's about compliance. It's about compliance. So what do you do to ensure that you have more compliance? Sometimes it's actually best to reduce the rates so that you get more people to comply.
Bring more people into the basket.
Precisely. And then you even get much more revenue. So it's quite curious that some people are even kicking against the reduction to 25%.
Yeah, but I'm not surprised about the governors. They've never run a business before.
Precisely. So they don't know how these things work.
Clue about what is happening in the real world economy.
Yeah.
They are fixated about what they have in their head.
Exactly.
And they think that is what's happening on the ground. That is not.
Exactly. If you look at the trajectory, we've gone from having corporate income tax rates of 40% in the 1980s to where it is now, about 22%. Yes. So in our case, we should be moving even faster downwards.
So the point you are making is that globally, the trajectory is downwards.
Yes.
Every country is looking to reduce
because the competition for capital is stiff.
Because of competition
Precisely.
for capital.
100%. So we should even be looking for a bigger cut to our CIT than what it is now.
It does appear as if we create problems for ourselves, and then we try figuring out how to... We spend all our resources in solving the problem. We create many states, including those that are not viable. And the governors insist that the only way that they can survive is by keeping tax at an artificially high level. That's madness. You can solve that problem, firstly, by stopping to create states that are not viable. And then at some point, even bringing about some consolidation.
I agree. That's important.
Of states as well.
Yeah.
Dr. Adeosun, I mean, you are close to them today in Abuja. What do you say about rate of CIT and the global competition for capital?
Thank you so much, sir. Permit me to take a slightly different perspective just to make the conversation even more robust. My colleague Lolade gave some statistics, but I also have some statistics here to also show that we may not be doing too badly with respect to our rates. South Africa's rate currently is about 27%. So Nigeria's proposed 25% rate is going to be by 2% lower than South Africa. Kenya is currently...
Hold on. Are you in the same place for competition for capital with South Africa?
Maybe not. I'm just trying to provide additional...
If you are not, say you are not. Don't say maybe not. We are begging South Africans to come here to invest. So it means that there's capital waiting there. How do you attract it if you are not far better than the returns that they are getting? I mean, this is just, I don't have a problem with taking a different viewpoint, but push your argument so that we can see.
Yeah, so I'm still on the journey. For Kenya, the CIT is 30%. However, they have numerous incentives and lower rates for SMEs. Ghana is 25%, they are our neighbor. Rwanda is also 30%, but Rwanda is consistently ranked among the easiest places to do business in Africa. Of course, Singapore, 17%, Ireland, 12.5%. So what I'm saying, and this also aligns with Lolade's perspective, it is not just about reducing the CIT. What about broadening the tax base also? The CIT, must it be a uniform or a universal rate? Can we also consider special incentives for SMEs? Like you rightly said, businesses are in different sizes and categories. So let's look at that. If that will work. The ease of doing business, again, some of the other things around the tax reforms has to be brought to the bear.
What would you propose as tax for SMEs, for instance?
So if we can bring SMEs to lower than 20%, maybe 18%, I think that would be a good deal. For SMEs, for starters. But
most of them are currently not paying CIT at all. You talked about the low tax base. How do you broaden that tax base if people are still afflicted with the same difficulties?
Yeah, that's why we talk about ease of doing business. Don't forget that there are other things Nigerian businesses need to take care of. Their own power, electricity. How can we ensure we provide that so that they don't have to provide their own electricity? They don't have to provide their own security. How can we ensure and improve port efficiency? How can we also further consolidate on forex liquidity? There are so many things the Nigerian businessmen, take Lagos, area boys, there are some informal taxes here and there. How can we make the system even more efficient so that the center, can get more value and then more people can pay? And because there's apathy to tax payment when you say, I have to drill my own borehole, I have to provide my own security, and so on and so forth. So we also need a greater accountability with respect to what is the utilization and usage of the current taxes so that people can see the value from the current tax they are paying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the truth is that apart from the 30% CIT where it's at today, you also have 2% education tax. In fact, I was listening to one of, and maybe it's good to say Aliko Dangote the other day, saying that by the time you add all this together, it comes even close to 40% what businesses in Nigeria are paying. And precisely. So it appears as if from the very beginning we are putting on our head a load that will never allow us to run. Yeah. And that's the point that we're making at Dr. Adeosun. Yeah. So I don't have a problem. What does Nigeria need today?
Yeah,
is it to overtax the people, or is it to bring in investment and create jobs for the people?
Yeah.
Given that in any case the taxes that the government has been collecting, what is it doing with it anyway?
Exactly.
So that's the point, Dr. Adeosun. I don't know whether you want to, on the basis of this, review your position.
Yeah, Dr. Adeosun, just to add a little bit to that. Yes, South Africa's CIT 30%, but obviously you can't compare the quality of their infrastructure. So, I mean, the South Africans see clearly where their tax is being utilized.
Precisely.
And that's why it's the most industrialized economy in Africa. That's that. And then if you look at it as well, the burden on businesses, what is the level of interest rate in South Africa compared to the interest rate in Nigeria? Because you can't look at these things in isolation as well. So if you're looking at the tax rate, we've had it at 30% for years now. But of course, our interest rate has been killing for a lot of small businesses because of our sky-high inflation rates. But in South Africa, they don't have the same problem, so they can afford to lower interest rates. So we need to just look at the entire...
It's a question of what is comfortable for Nigeria.
Precisely. It's definitely lower rates, definitely. It doesn't matter if South Africa's CIT is at 30%. Yes. We need far less than to even 25%.
Fantastic. So are you there, Dr. Adeosun? Are you able to chime in?
This conversation so that we can show, because our listeners will have information about South Africa, so that we can show them the other side, which Lolade has well highlighted. Thank you so much.
We will go on to our last topic for the day, and that's the massive attack by Nigeria's richest man, Aliko Dangote, on the regulator for the midstream and downstream petroleum. He believes that the regulator is in league with traders of petroleum products. That's the global traders, and of course their Nigerian partners, to sustain importation of petrol into Nigeria at a time when Nigeria's domestic capacity for refining is growing astronomically. He provides data to suggest that a huge amounts of volume has been licensed away for importation of PMS in 2026. That's quite frightening because you asked a question. How do we then benefit from foreign exchange creation if we are using all of that to import what we need? I know that many years in the past, Nigeria was said to be a country that imports what it has and exports what it doesn't have. So my question is, regulators in Nigeria, are they part of growing the economy or are they part of stifling it?
Yeah, I think these days I get very excited when Aliko Dangote opens his mouth to say anything, especially if it's an attack on the regulators. And the last time he opened our eyes to the level of dirty petrol imports from Malta, and then it wasn't denied, because the numbers actually supported that. And today he has actually just said that there's a huge racket going on, and the chief of the NMDPRA is really right at the center of it, because he's alleged that he's able to afford $5 million for school fees for his kids. In Switzerland. That's about 7 billion.
Where is EFCC and
that's about 7 billion naira. That's a lot of money.
Where are they?
There should be an investigation, because how can he afford that? 7 billion.
Someone who earns less than $1 million a month
is able to afford 7 billion for his kids. Well, I'm not quite sure if he was speaking of $5 million for a session or for a year now.
Whatever it is, even if it's for 30 years.
Exactly, 7
because
billion.
His earnings will not come to that.
Yes, I think it's quite clear that there's a racket going on in there, and it's quite a shame, because you'd expect that the regulators would put the national interest first, but what we're seeing is that
it's
not the case. It's not the case, and it's quite a shame, because we've had many attempts to fix our refineries.
Now you can see why our refineries don't work.
Exactly.
Now you can see why it took us more than 30 years to remove petrol subsidy.
Precisely. That's exactly what is on play here. It's so clear why
it's like giving the yam to a goat to look after.
You know what's going to happen to that yam, So it's clear now. And it's a shame, really. We can laugh about it, but it's really sad that you have a private investor who has really put his money where his mouth is and gone to invest so much money in a refinery, giving several attempts to have a functional refinery in Nigeria for many years, and we have one now. Yet we're still trying to sabotage the that refinery. It's quite a shame, really.
First, it was not finding enough supplies of domestic crude.
Yeah.
And here is a refinery that is able to buy crude from any part of the world.
Yeah.
And then
There was a
they've
claim
lost,
of
they've lost that battle.
They've lost
now.
that one. Then it was a claim that they have substandard petrol. It's
Yes.
nothing compared to the
Yeah,
import.
yeah.
It's of lower quality.
Yeah. And
they
then
lost that one
we're
as
seeing
well.
the lie in that as
Yeah,
well.
yeah.
Dr. Dioshu, what do you say?
Thank you so much. Again, I'm excited that Dangote is speaking. And one thing that is giving me concern right now is that the regulator is yet to respond. I will expect that an allegation of this kind of magnitude will demand a quick and immediate response. Of course, except if you agree or admit that what Dangote is saying is the truth, and then you are probably trying to cook up what to say. In the past, the regulator had claimed that Dangote is interested in a monopoly. They'll probably want to toe the same line this time around, but it's not going to work because I think with information available, Nigerians are wiser now, and we demand that better transparency in the oil and gas space. There seems to be some form of collusion here and there, and certain stakeholders may be benefiting, obviously, from this pain they are putting Dangote refinery through and putting Nigerians through. Again, some part of the allegation is that they are really not making crude available sufficiently for or his business, and he now needs to import from US and other countries. And I don't think what we are doing is fair enough. Again, the regulator is claiming that Dangote cannot adequately meet the local demands. And it's obvious that Dangote can meet it. On whose side are they? Again, I know you may not like this, but I want to call on the National Assembly that they should stand up on behalf of the people that elected them there and ensure that there is proper investigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dioshu. And let's interrogate this whole farce of monopoly. If monopoly will save us foreign exchange, if monopoly for 2 years has saved us from the usual Christmas petrol scarcity, what is wrong with that?
Exactly. I mean, this is unusual times. I mean, typically at this time of the year, you would already see long queues at petrol stations and stuff like that. But for 2 years now, we haven't seen that. You know, that the Dangote refinery has essentially broken that jinx. You know, and to go back to what Dr. Adeosun said about the NMDPRA not responding. You know, in putting out our story this morning, we made attempt to just get some comments from them as well, but they said they didn't have any comment at the time.
They won't have a comment.
So it's quite. I think it's clear. I don't think Aliko, and he has threatened that if they come out to deny, that's Dangote now.
He will provide evidence and
that
the schools in Switzerland.
So I hope they deny it.
You know, I mean, I don't expect them to deny it unless he says those children are not his. And even if they are not his, that he's not the one paying the fees. But I imagine that Aliko has enough his own evidence.
Yes.
I don't even know what to say. It's just a bit of exposure of what is happening in a lot of Nigeria.
Exactly.
Where government officials are spending sometimes 100 times more than they are earning, and it's known to everybody, and nobody does anything.
As a result of corruption.
I have seen the EFCC lately go after 2 ex-ministers, Ngige, who was the labor minister, and of course Malami, who was the minister of justice. That's okay, but do ministers have to be allowed to wait, recycle the money they have looted before EFCC goes after them? Do government officials have to serve their term, steal as much as they can steal, recycle it and hide it, launder it before EFCC goes after them? Why not go after them now when they are still serving?
Right now. And you know, what is also concerning for me is that it's quite difficult. I mean, taking on Dangote, Africa's richest man, is quite difficult. And that's why they've tried multiple times to just, you know, attack him, but he has been resilient. But imagine if it was a smaller business, an unknown person.
They'll kill him.
So it sends a terrible signal, you know, to other investors who are not as big as Dangote.
Precisely.
Because if it were someone else who didn't have the kind of clout that Dangote has, he would have gone under by now, easily.
Yeah. Which is why government has to act.
Yeah.
Because if government doesn't act now, then it gives a feeling that government officials can do anything they like. Attack, steal from companies and steal from government without any consequences.
So I use this opportunity to really lay a marker that this is not acceptable, really.
When I saw reports about the arraignment of Ngige and the detention of Malami, and I said, yes, maybe FCC is trying to send a message that people cannot just go to government and steal. But they haven't scratched the surface. There's still a lot of stealing that is going on in government. Yeah. Some of it is so open and brazen, and yet government agencies are doing nothing to curtail the level of abuse and fraud that is going on in government. Again, this is part of what price companies pay in addition to CIT. So the cost to them is not just 30% or 25% CIT. Yeah. All these other things come as cost and hit the bottom line for companies in Nigeria. Now, before we go, I wanted us, Lolade, given that you are the editor of Business Day, just to talk about a story that Business Day wrote. Women rise at work, but remain locked out of parliament. Yeah. I mean, this is a very interesting story. I imagine you are saying that we are getting, women as bank MDs. We're getting women as MDs of big oil corporations. But it appears as if they are not good enough for the parliament.
Precisely. So Budget put out a report. We have a partnership with Budget that ensures that we get their reports earlier than most people do. So they put out a report just analyzing how women are rising in corporate workspaces, but in parliament, in the state government, it's not happening. So of the 33 states surveyed, 33 actually scored very low. Compared to 3 states that stood out, Kwara, Akwa Ibom, and Ekiti are the 3 states that stood out in terms of just ensuring that they have more representation of women in their parliament. So Kwara had the blue tick. The blue tick is the highest tick you can get, which is over 50%. Akwa Ibom, Ekiti, the green tick, which is between 30 to 49% now.
Of membership of the state legislature?
Yes, and then Akwa Ibom, the yellow tick, coming up. But those are the only 3 states that actually prioritize women representation in the parliament.
Interesting.
The other states
but I also know that, and we probably need to broaden that analysis or investigation. I also know that Lagos State prides itself as the state with the highest number of female representation on the state cabinet.
Yeah, but Lagos didn't rank as highly. This is relative now.
That's for parliament, yeah?
Yes. This is relative now. It didn't rank as highly as those other 3 states. Yeah. But I imagine that, Lagos being a very progressive state does have that. And I imagine that even from the level it is now, it will only continue to grow because there are deliberate policies targeted at just ensuring that you have more female representation in the assembly. Yeah.
Well, again, this for me is evidence of how eminently better the character and processes of private sector are compared to that of the public sector in Nigeria.
Yes.
Dr. Adioshun, before we go, do you want to chime in?
Yes, very quickly. I think for women, it's not a pipeline problem, really. It's a structural and political economic problem. Barriers from prohibitive nomination costs, violence and monetized political culture, and sometimes the lack of enforceable party quota. And these are some of the things we need to look at. Again, thankfully, in this area, Rwanda has 61% of women, which is the highest in the world. Nigeria is at a paltry 4%. I think we need to look at it very critically and see what we can do. Of course, the IMF and the World Bank have argued that with more women in positions of political power, there will be typically more spending in education, in health, and things that border on the welfare of humanity. I think we should give this a shot. Thank you.
Well, ask for a legislation that fixes the amount of female representation that we should have. I think that's just begging the issue. If Nigerians believe that there should be more women in parliament, they should stop voting for parties that do not present women as candidates. I mean, why are you waiting for someone to solve your problem for you? You're the one who cast the vote. Why vote for a party that has consistently failed to present female representation?
That would be a good starting point.
Perhaps if the parties know that they will be punished by the voters,
then they would start
they
to
will
change.
behave.
Yeah. And if you're able to get more women in parliament, then a bill like that can fly, because it's not going to fly when it's dominated by men, because they would ask us.
Because it will be gratuitous. I mean,
exactly.
they treat it
But if you've got women there, then they will be the ones to really push such a bill, push it to the fore, and probably get it moved to become an act.
Well, thank you very much, Lolade, and of course, Dr. Adeosun. It's been another great outing today. We've dealt with some very interesting, even if sometimes controversial issues, but that's why we're here. We are not afraid to move the needle. And I can assure you, viewers, Business Week every week will meet with your expectation. Thank you very much. See you on Monday.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key Mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key Mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
You're still watching the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is Big Story. Today, Nigeria is stepping into a tougher tax regime. The new Nigerian Tax Act, taking full effect on January 1st, 2026, comes with heavy penalties, tech-driven monitoring, and strict enforcement for individuals, businesses, and corporate bodies. From multi-million naira fines to imprisonment for certain offenses, the message is clear. Tax compliance is entering a new era. Well, to help us break this down and so much more, we're joined by Monwan Edwin Awajigbana, is a legal practitioner and tax consultant. Welcome to the show, Edwin.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you here this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. So tell us, as a legal practitioner and tax consultant, what actually stands out to you the most about this new act? Why is Nigeria actually choosing this direction now?
So I think, right, what stands out for me in the new act is the idea behind the act, the ideology or the reason behind the act, right? Because it's long overdue. The tax reform for Nigeria is long overdue, right? And never in the history of this country have we had an opportunity to have all the taxes in a single document. So the tax reform provides an advantage for us or gives us the opportunity to have all of these documents, all of these taxes, various taxes in a single document. The unification and harmonization for business efficiency and business purposes, right? Because prior to this time, for people in different sectors or businesses in different sectors, if you want to pay certain taxes, you consult different tax legislations, right? If I want to pay stamp duties, I go to the stamp duties to check how much is this? How much am I supposed to pay? If it's VAT, you go to the value added tax tax. How much is this? How much am I supposed to pay? What are your obligations for the taxpayers? And then you get to like read all of the tax laws and all of that. But now, what we have is a single document known as the Nigerian Tax Act that now harmonizes all of those taxes from companies income tax to value added tax to stamp duties to development levy to specialized businesses and everything. Now you find it in a single tax document, which is the Nigerian Tax Act. And also for the procedures for registrations and all of procedures for registrations, the taxes to be filed, the due dates, all of those ones are now contained in a single document as well, known as the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So for me, I think it's a welcome development.
Right. And when we look at, okay, carry on.
So I said, I think it's a welcome development. Thank you so much.
Right. And when we look at some of the penalties that are extremely steep, if you ask me, we're talking about from 10 million naira fines to 10-year imprisonment for injuring or assaulting tax officers. Do you see this as a necessary deterrent, or is this an overcorrection, if you like?
So I think it's not an overreaction, right? And I'm going to explain. When there's a punishment provision or a penalty provision in any law, we're not saying that it is for everybody. We're saying this penalty is just for the defaulters. And one of the quotes that stands out for me is the one made by Oliver Wendell Holmes. It's a jurist who said that penalties, it's a visitation of evil to only those who will default. So as long as you do not default, as long as you file your taxes, your returns timeously, as long as you do everything that you're supposed to do on your own part, the penalty is not for you. So I don't think we should concern ourselves with the penalties. I think what we should concern ourselves about is the aspect of the law that talks about our obligation. The obligation is registration for tax ID, registration for value-added tax, filing of value-added tax, filing of CIT, filing of the various taxes that we subscribe. And we are good. As long as you file those things timeously, you shouldn't concern yourself with the penalties. The penalties only come when you default. Thank you so much.
Talk about regulating digital assets. Virtual asset service providers, they are now facing heavy fines for non-compliance, including license suspension. What does this actually signal about Nigeria's seriousness towards regulating this digital asset?
So for virtual asset, I think it's a welcome development. Now, just work with me. 5 years ago, we were in the kind of scenario where digital asset, trading of digital asset and all of that were prohibited, especially by the CBN, right? So if you do certain transactions and then they trace it to digital asset like crypto and the rest of them, they place a lien on your account, right? So it wasn't a thing at all, right? It was prohibited. So people who even get the opportunity to do that under the radar. Now, not until 2023 when the Finance Act reform came, and then I think Section 3 of the Finance Act 2023 mentioned the inclusion of digital assets like cryptos and other digital assets as chargeable as chargeable duties and all of that, right? Now, in 2025, what the government is saying is, we are not saying hide and do what you're doing. Come out openly. Do it, run it as a company if you want to run it as a company. Run it as an individual if you want to run it as an individual. But for you to venture into all of these things, you must ensure that you have the necessary licenses. Now, there are two agencies responsible for that. In 2026, we'll have the NRS, right? And which is the Nigerian Revenue Service, and the Securities Exchange Commissions, right? So for filing, the NRS handles that. For you to get the license to operate, you go to the Security Exchange Commission to get the requisite license for you to operate. So as long as you can do all of these things, you can abide by the rules, come out openly and play. It's a fair market. It's a fair market. Come out openly and play. And as you're playing, also know that you have a responsibility to contribute to the well-being of the state by paying your taxes. Pay your taxes, do your business, and the government will not come after you as long as you pay your taxes, right? And also for the issue of license revocation or suspension, they're not saying they will suspend your license immediately. The government does not do that. What the government will do is, in situations where even those things arise, suspension of license arise, what the government will do is, they'll first of all send you notice. The agency involved will send you a notification to remind you that this is what you're supposed to do. You've not done what you're supposed to do, right? It then behoves on you and in the manner of your response, right? If you respond timeously to all of those notices, you're good. And then you do what you're supposed to do, you're good. But if you do not respond timeously or you ignore them, you're like, okay, what are these people even talking about, right? You just ignore them. You play it under the radar, you play it under the carpet. At the end of the day, the license will be suspended. So that's it. Thank you so much.
One of the big shifts is the emphasis on digital tax systems and fiscalization. Speaking from your own experience working with businesses, how ready would you say Nigeria is for a tech-driven tax ecosystem?
So I think for that, we are a developing country, and 2026 will afford us the opportunity to do a lot of testing with respect to that. But I think for now, we are good to go. For instance, I think since last year till now, right, a lot of companies are they have to like do away with filing manually. They file electronically now. There's a platform called the Tax Pro Max where you go and then you file your taxes. So go and file your taxes there and all of that. We are no longer filing manually again. Now, I think one of the introductions that the new tax act has done with respect to the digital filing is the fiscalization of VAT. Now, the fiscalization of VAT is not going to kick off immediately because what the law says with respect to that is that the NROS, Nigerian Revenue Service, right, will issue a circular on how the operation of that is going to go, right? So it is not that companies or businesses should be scared of it. There is something that is already ongoing. Like I mentioned, the tax promax, right? People now file online. You don't file manually. Now for the fiscalization, what this means is when the government requires you, the law says that if you want to issue an invoice, right, the invoice should be inclusive of VAT, right? Now, so if you're issuing that invoice, what fiscalization will do for you is a copy of it will go to the government. A copy of it will go to your clients if you're using it for the fiscalization, right? Now, what that will do is that when they remit those taxes, the government sees that, okay, they remit those taxes. When you're filing your return for VAT, the government sees that, okay, tracks that, okay, this particular engagement that VAT was paid has been uploaded, has been filed, the returns have been filed and all of that, the schedules have been filed, right? So it is not about you, the business owner. It is about the fact that you need to comply to what the law is saying. And this is for ease of businesses. I think it's for ease of businesses because if we actually want to go to where if we actually want to achieve the future we'll be talking about as a nation, right? I think fiscalization and the digital filing introduced by the Nigerian Tax Act or the tax reform is a good thing. Thank you.
Right, and we also see that the Act has introduced clear penalties for failing to register, to file VAT returns or keep proper books. Do you see this as, significantly improving compliance, or are we likely to see some pushback from some of the smaller businesses that we have?
Okay, so I think the issue of registration, filing of VAT, and those are not new issues. They've been in the VAT value-added tax act. They've been in other tax laws prior to this time, right? But I think this, and then the Committee on Tax and Fiscal Policy, they've been doing a good work, a great job at that, right? We must give it to them because what they've done so far, they've been able to educate Nigerians on the need for them to file taxes, on the need for them to register, on the need for them to file their returns and all of that. And as we speak now, if you go to any of the various FROS offices, the MSTOs, right, what you'll see is that a whole lot of Nigerians are going to those offices. For those who have not registered, they are going to register. For those who are not doing what they are supposed to do, they are going there to ask more questions to see how they can be able to do what they are supposed to do, right? Like I said earlier on, the reason behind this tax law is not to punish Nigerians. It's just to ease the way we do business, the way filing is being done, right? And a whole lot of other things, but not to punish Nigeria. And trust me, with the way things are going and with the way the committee is pushing this, right? By 2026, I know that a lot of businesses will comply. A lot of businesses will comply with respect to their VAT filing, with respect to the CIT filing, for those of them that will file companies income tax and the rest of them. However, for small businesses, right, the law says also that small businesses are exempted from tax. And the threshold for small businesses, according to the new act, it's 100 million. So you see, in the current dispensation, what we have is 25 million. But in the new act, what we'll have from 2026 is 100 million. So from 0 to 100 million, you're a small business. And small businesses do not have any obligation for value-added tax returns. They do not. It's only when you cross over the threshold of 100 million that the responsibility now builds on you to deduct, to file when you're supposed to file, and all of that. Thank you.
I'm just going to come now and talk. You've spoken about small businesses themselves, but could you tell us what the option is, for taxpayers upon receipt of a demand of notice what are the implications for failure to utilize those options? Firstly, tell us what the options are for taxpayers when they, if they receive a demand of notice, and also tell us the implications for failure to utilize these options.
Sorry, come again. I think that was the past.
What's the option that's available for taxpayers upon a demand, a receipt of a demand of notice?
Okay. So the option available to taxpayers upon the receipt of a demand notice, our laws are built on two pillars of natural justice, right? And one of those pillars is fair hearing. So the tax authority will not take an action without hearing you fairly. A demand notice is not the finality of the fact that, okay, you've not paid, you must pay us now. A demand notice is just like a notice or an awareness issued by the service to business owners, to companies, to say that, okay, you've not paid your taxes for so year. Why have you not paid your taxes? These are your tax liability, right? And then you on your own part as the business owner, what is open to you now is to respond to them. So if you've paid your taxes for those years, you write back to them telling them that you've paid your taxes. If you've not paid your taxes for those years, you also write back to them to say that, okay, I've not paid, but this and this and this and this is what I'm owing. These are the tax heads I'm owing. And then if you want to pay, you pay. But the mistake most business owners make is they receive a demand notice, and the next thing they do is they just allow the demand notice to expire. Let's say you have 30 days or you have 14 days to respond, right? If you respond within 14 days, you're good. You have a right to objection according to the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. If you don't respond within the time you're supposed to respond, what then happens is that demand notice becomes final and conclusive. It becomes the tax that you're owing, right? But if you object to the demand notice, what then happens is there is now room for reconciliation. You reconcile, right? You reconcile for those taxes. And if you fail to reconcile, they now issue you another letter. The second letter they issue in most cases is the notice of refusal to amend, right? When they realize that, okay, all of these things we've been saying in the reconciliation phase, it's not going forward. So they might issue you a notice of refusal to amend. And once they issue you that notice of refusal to amend, you have 30 days to file your notice of appeal at the tax appeal tribunal. If it's something you want to challenge, if it's something you feel like, okay, you don't want to challenge, you want to pay the taxes and move on, you pay the taxes and move on, right? But in most cases, we advise taxpayers that if you know that, okay, you've paid and the demand notice has certain things that, certain liabilities that are not supposed to be included, you object to it. So once you object to it, what happens is that they look at it again, okay, they take out this one, and then they reissue you another demand notice reflecting all of the things that you said you were owing, and then you pay that, right? So it is not like, it is not a hell or high water issue where you said that, hey, you must pay, right? You must pay. So that's just it.
I like I like how you say you must pay. But let's talk about stamp duty itself, and the offenses and fraud related violations, which now carry serious fines and imprisonment. Do you see or do you expect this to actually clean up the gray areas in stamp duty administration, or do you not see that happening?
Okay, so for stamp duties, right, I think it's a good thing, right? I think the tax reform has done a lot of the reformation done by the Nigerian Tax Act or the tax reform on stamp duties is a great thing, right? Because prior to this time, I think it was the last time the stamp duties or the penalties or any of those responsibilities or liabilities for stamp duties was actually amended right, was over 20 years ago. And that's the reason why if you go to the current stamp duties act, you're seeing penalties like 20 naira. You're seeing penalties like 30 naira, 45 naira, and the rest of them, right? You're seeing those kind of penalties. But what the tax reform has been able to do or achieve, or will be able to achieve by next year is that the penalties for not filing, penalties for not doing what you're supposed to do, have now been increased, right? They've been increased to reflect the modern realities of what we have now. And so, like I said earlier, for businesses or for people engaged in this kind of businesses, right? We are not saying that we want to punish you. The government is not saying that the government wants to punish you. What the government is saying is that when you do transactions like this that necessitates the payment or the filing of different tax heads, you come and file your tax head. Come and do what you're supposed to do. As long as you're doing what you're supposed to do, as long as the business owners, as long as individuals are compliant, as long as everyone is compliant, the issue of penalties will not arise. And whether or not this will clear the gray areas, I think it will. Like I shared earlier on, that if you go to the different FROS office, LROS offices today, you see people queuing up, asking questions about the implementation of the tax laws and how that is going to take effect, how that is going to affect your business, because people want to be compliant. And I think with that, the federal government has achieved a huge milestone. Thank you so much.
Thank you for mentioning the provisions available, but we're also seeing stronger penalties for impersonation, penalties for aiding and abetting, penalties for obstructing tax officers. Talk to us from a legal standpoint, how will these provisions actually help these enforcement agencies further?
I think it's a good thing, but they are not new. Like I said, impersonation, for abetting, for aiding, all of those provisions are not new, right? Now, the reason is because if you look at the current tax laws, you still found those provisions. Those provisions serve as a deterrent to individuals who, in their mind, would want to impersonate the tax officials. You don't do that. We are against that. We are not a fraudulent nation. We are not a fraudulent people. We are against that, right? So why would you want to go and impersonate the tax officials? Why? The only responsibility that the government has given to you as an individual, as a business person, is register for your taxes, file your taxes, do the necessary things that you're supposed to do. I tell you for one thing, the idea of trying to impersonate to hit or abet the impersonation of tax official, it's a very difficult one, because the kind of things that your head or your brain will be thinking, how to structure this, how to do this, it's a lot of exercise. It's a lot of exercise, and that's the reason why it is better for you not to venture into that. Impersonation, aiding and abetting, all of these are criminal offenses, right? They are criminal offenses, and the penalties for those things, aside the fines, are terms of imprisonment. You wouldn't want to risk that. You wouldn't want to risk the terms of imprisonment for something you can just easily do. So just file your taxes, do the things that you're supposed to do, and then avoid anything that will dent your image, anything that will dent your reputation, and all of that. Thank you.
Finally, let's look ahead now to 2026. You believe this new act will actually improve Nigeria's tax culture, or do we still have some challenges whatsoever?
Okay, so for now, I think we are good to go, all right? The tax reform, basically, it's good for now, because I can't say that we have any challenges for now, except with respect to the issuance of certain circulars as mandated by the Nigerian Tax Act, right? So for now, we are good to go. The tax laws are all inclusive for everybody. People in the informal sector, there's a provision in the tax law for them. The people in the formal sector, there's a provision for that in the tax laws for them. The people in the oil and gas, the people in the virtual assets, right, which we have forgotten before, they are now included or inclusively taxed. So I think it's a good thing. So we just have to wait till 2026 when the full implementation of the tax law will start. So by 2026, when the full implementation of the tax law starts, right, if there are any challenges, people will go to the court of law to challenge these provisions. And the challenging of those provisions, it's not like to cause a bad faith on what the committee has done. It is also to improve our legislation, to improve our laws, right? So I think for now, we are good to go. We are good to go. We are good to kick off. We are good to run with the tax reform in 2026. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Monwan Edwin, for joining us on The Big Story this morning. Do enjoy the rest of your day. Well, this has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Thank you so much.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. You tax how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back. This is still the BdTV Breakfast Show, and this is Social Listening, where we bring to you some of the stories making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm joined today in the studio.
Most definitely, Onyeka Valentine.
Certainly, most definitely. Nothing changes. Let's get into the conversations trending and what Nigerians are reacting to online. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo is back in political conversations after saying that the crisis in the People's Democratic Party is not beyond repair. He made the comment when the PDP National Working Committee visited him at his home. Obasanjo encouraged the party leadership, telling them to keep going and saying they were doing well. He stressed that discipline and respect for party rules are key if the PDP wants to regain credibility. He also spoke about the role of opposition in a democracy, saying Nigeria needs a strong and focused opposition that puts national interest first. Well, that's the trend and that's the story on social media right now. We'll take a look at some of the reactions on socials and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation, with Obasanjo saying that PDP crisis is not beyond repair. I do agree with him when he says that PDP crisis is not beyond repair. There's nothing that is beyond repair except it's, I mean, there's a man-made problem. So
Unless
certainly
it's not under the sun.
Exactly. There's nothing. So I am nothing that is beyond repair. So I'm with the former President Obasanjo on this. Look, I remember when he was president, right? And he obviously was from the PDP. He was he's one of the leaders that I truly admire and respect, you know, in terms of, he made a mark. You know how you are occupying a position and you're neither here nor there. He was certainly there. He made a mark and is one of the faces and voices of PDP that you can never overlook or undermine. So if he says that the PDP crisis is not beyond repair, then who am I to say otherwise?
I agree with you 100%. I mean, look, again, when they say you have a leader of a country, right, democratically elected, that's one who understands politics, but also understands the idea and the essence of discipline. Remember, he comes from a strong, background of the military. And with that in place, enabled him to be far more resolute with his decision. Let's not forget, it was during when he was head of state that GSM became very prevalent. GSM became a household. Before that time, right, countries like Ghana, other countries were just laughing at Nigeria. At that time, people in Ghana had, shoemakers had GSM phones. Over here, it was like a luxury for us. But he came and he broke that yoke. So for someone like him to now say nothing is beyond repair, I agree with him. However, there are some challenges now. Again, history has taught us so much that every civilization crumbles at some point. I always say, whenever we do social listening here, I always say, look, that good times, right, create weak men. Somebody asked me how. I will explain. When you are very, very comfortable and everything is going well for you, there is a tendency that level of drive that you used to have will diminish because nothing to push for. And again, in our country here, our country is quite, it's a unique country. We run a multi-party system. I did my research on this story and I realized very quickly that, wait a minute. Yes, now we have APC. At some point in time, it was PDP that was actually, making the strong decisions because they were the ruling party of the time. Before even that, right, we had other things that were working for us. Good enough, it was during his own time that we finally saw the movement from military to democratically elected dispensation, as the case may be. However, PDP has gone through a lot of hurdles. It has had problems in its marriage. I use that word. And you see, marriage, they say, is mile and age. Wedding is just one day. So those partakers and actors and politicians within the PDP who have been entrenched ever since the time of Obasanjo, right, when it was really, really active at the time, are the ones that we should be looking out for now to say, you guys are the stakeholders. What's going on with your foundation? You guys are the foundation. What's going on? Hence the reason why he has come up now as if one of the foundation and founding fathers say, look, we can mend whatever is going on. He has said so. But those young ones, are they actually standing and seeing what the elders have sat down?
Well, we'll see how the young ones are reacting on social media, even if they are not part of PDP or anything of such. Let's see how they're thinking. So let's take a look at some of the remarks on social media. Black Owl says, after scattering the party since 2014 because of his pride and ego, he's now saying all this. Medicine after death.
I disagree with Black Owl.
Okay. Olawale says, LOL, PDP is dead. Currently awaiting the final nail on his coffin. I wouldn't be surprised if every elected politician under PDP in the next election are all thrown out by the court, like it happened in Zamfara APC, due to direct violation of the party's constitution. Olawale has spoken. Mr. Storytime says both PDP and APC should not be allowed to exist again. You've done enough. It's been 26 years. You've tried. I don't agree with that, though, because, I mean, America has just Republicans and
Democrats.
Oga Nathan says PDP's case is a matter of greed. They want it all and want nothing left. There is clearly no internal democracy. A single man has chosen to hold the party by his jugular. And now the party is in comatose. This person. Kill the greed and quest for power at all costs. Then PDP can rise again. Oga Nathan has spoken. Well, PDP crisis, let's see what the leaders, the people that are left, I mean, I say last man standing, the people that are left, let's see what let's see if they can resurrect the dead. Or let's see, I'm not saying it's dead, or I'm just saying, let's see if they can revive whatever it is that is left of PDP. I see a great comeback for PDP, really. And if the former president, rather, Olusegun Obasanjo, could say that, I mean, the crisis is not beyond repair, I certainly am with him on that.
Can you imagine? As much as everyone is saying that they are waiting the final nail to the coffin, which I think is not necessarily a good statement, but can you imagine if, for what it's worth, tomorrow, right? Since we're seeing a lot of defection from PDP to APC, all the big wigs are leaving. Just imagine tomorrow morning, wake up to a fantastic news, or maybe to a news, not fantastic, to a news that Peter Obi has now moved to PDP. What do you think will happen?
That would be, I think that will be a good
move. You see now that it's not about the party, it's about the personalities. People are plotting now leaving PDP. I'm not rooting for PDP anyways, but they're leaving PDP because they've realized that, look, it's best we stay with the ruling party, otherwise we'll be swept with the tide.
Right.
Imagine if someone like Obina says, okay, I believe that PDP still has what.
Then they will have some people. So, like you said, there's something you said that really stuck up, is saying that it's not about the party, it's about the people in the party. I agree with you on that one. But speaking about parties, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan has revealed that she's been pressured several times to defect to the All Progressive Congress, but she says that option is completely off the table. The senator made this known during an interview, saying that the approaches came from people linked to the presidency and even fellow lawmakers. She also said she's comfortable in the PDP and values her peace, adding that she will not trade her conscience for political survival. So that's one person. So speaking about PDP, that's one person that has personality, that is still in PDP. According to her, threat or persuasion will not change her stance. She also recalled that she once had a brief stint with the APC earlier in her political journey, but sees no reason to return. However, she noted that if the People's Democratic Party, PDP, fails to resolve its internal leadership issues, she may consider another platform ahead of 2027. But she made it clear that it will not be APC.
So she's either here or there, like one of our friends, our friend will always say, either left or right. Although she has
she really never
how?
So
I will explain.
She stated something.
She has just said something that she hopes, something you said at the end.
She said that if she may consider another party, if the PDP, now that's a clause, if the PDP fails to resolve its internal leadership issues. And that's really about ideology, because if she thinks that they are not resolving their issues and she can't do anything about it, she might want to opt out.
So it doesn't rule out the fact that there is still room for her to,
No, certainly there's room. You didn't create the party. It's not you. Even people found things and then they let it go.
So again, politicians will always be politicians, whether you are a male politician or a female or man or woman, as case may be. I believe that politics is what it is, which is the highest bidder will obviously carry what? The crowd with it. And in this case, let's be honest, if tomorrow PDP has no other straw holding other than her, the way to be too much for her to handle. She will have no other choice but to abandon. But again, let's see what the future holds.
Let's see, and let's see the tweets as well and see what the future might be from the comments that people are making online. The Yoruba demon says nobody will tell her to join when she sees the way the PDP scrambles. One thing about Nigerian politics is that you are free to say whatever you want or insult the opposition party the way you like. But when it's time to take a U-turn, you don't even need an apology. I agree with that. Kepa says she has seen that PDP might not win her ticket again. She's possibly doing some mind game to get herself into another ship.
Not far-fetched.
Which APC is currently the strongest. We know the game. It's all about power, being in power. Distinguished Senator, no one approached you. Well, that's up to the senator to decide. We don't know for sure. Do we have more remarks or more comment? Opaleke Sam says, if you cannot mention the names of the people who contacted you in the presidency, then your information is definitely false with a big F. Baba D says she shouldn't go to APC. In fact, she must not be allowed to join APC because she's going to be a liability there and never an asset. Please join any party you wish, but don't come to APC.
So this Baba D is speaking from the angle of emotions, right? I mean, truth be told, I think she has the right to move to whichever party she wants to move to, right? If she thinks that her political career might be hitting a rock bed or bedrock, or call it what it may, in the particular party that she is in, then she see that, look, for what is what, if I stay here, I might just be relegated to the back. And the idea of not allowing women to thrive when I become order of the day. And she's someone who I respect her zeal to move. I respect her stance. She's someone who you cannot just, mushroom like that. I mean, history has shown us already with the issue that she had with the Senate president. So she's someone who I can say she's an alpha female. And so she wouldn't want to be in the place where her lights not shine. And you know what this thing they always say? Once the fish is bigger than the jar that is inside, it look for a bigger jar. Let's see what turns out. All
right, fingers crossed. We'll see how it all pans out with Senator Natasha. But there are some people I have no worries about, and she's one of them. So I'm not even, wherever it is she decides to go, I believe it's going to be the best place for her. If she decides to stay PDP, to uphold PDP, to perhaps be the person that wants to
run for
shape or mend the crisis. I believe she can do it. And if she chooses to opt out, I believe she can do it.
You just said something that kind of, opened my eyes. If she might just be the one that could mend things PDP, it's possible.
It's possible. I have no doubt about
her. They say women run the world.
Women run things.
So let's see. Even though men made the world, but women run the world. That's fine. I have to say that, right?
Yeah. Let's move on now to education and talk about what's going on with some of our policies. The federal government has announced a new education policy. Now, from the 2026-2027 academic session, students will no longer be allowed to gain admission or transfer into senior secondary school 3, which is SS3, in any secondary school across the country. The government says that the move is aimed at tackling examination malpractice, especially the practice of moving students to so-called special centers just before major exams. Under this new rule, students must move into SS3 only after passing a state-organized SS2 promotion examination. Education officials say the policy will help schools monitor students better and restore trust in national examinations. I think that this one is a very good move. I think that our education sector has suffered a lot. There's a lot happening. So this new education policy, for me, I believe it's a positive move forward, especially if our students are actually going to be, have the quality of education that we, look at. Although it's, for me, it's neither here nor there if you think about it, because we're talking about just one all the way to SS2. So if a child is going to, if a child is going to have been a great student, they would have been for 5 years. So saying at SS2, but I think it's a good buffer to make sure that, like they say, they want to tackle examination malpractice, especially when the practice of moving students to so-called special centers just before this major examination. Because what we used to see in the past is you then get SS3, that time of examination, you start seeing people transferring to your school. You're like, what's going on here? Kilo shele. So yes, this might help, but we'll see some of the reactions on social media before then. We'll come back and just do our own quick talk on the conversation. Jeremiah Peter says, this doesn't solve any issues. What about students relocating? Those targeting malpractice could as well start from SS2 third term. Let's address an issue from the root cause rather than scratching the surface. That's what I was saying. I was saying, what happens from just 1 to SS2? Like, does it really change anything? But yeah. Queen J says, finally, a strong move to curb examination malpractice. Hopefully, this policy will ensure proper learning and put an end to last-minute SS3 transfers for unfair advantages. These people are just speaking my language. Do we have more reactions, more comments? Ekene Fortunate says they'll still find loopholes to manipulate the system no matter how you try to sanitize the system, just like politicians also find their way to power despite all the processes. Any more reactions? Christopher says it's a good development, but how will they enforce this? Then again, this is the least problem we have in the education sector of this industry, of this country. Address how to send back the 20 million out of school children to schools. And our Marjorie.
Now,
look,
that is something that's an eye-opener.
Exactly. I mean, look, this is good. I understand that when people are in positions, you're just trying to create something so it shows that you're working. Not saying that this is not a good idea, but I don't think this will entirely curb the issue of malpractice that we see. Not entirely. It might, but I'm talking about from just 1 to SS2, what then happens. So what you're now making a move at SS2. It's neither here nor there for me. But just as the last commenter said, we have children out of school. We have every day, we have children that cannot afford to even stay in school. Parents that cannot afford to pay their children's fees, to tuition. We have children that can't even feed, that maybe can make it to school but can't feed. I think we have pressing issues that need to be sorted out. Even more pressing issues that would lead Nigeria to a higher percentage of educated people as against a higher percentage of uneducated people.
Truth be told, I mean, you just simply laid it out very clearly. The bigger problem should be tackled first and foremost, which I will always say is a low-hanging fruit, right? Yes, I understand that. So sometimes they say show working. Is this him trying to show working, saying, okay, we are now making some moves regarding this, no transfer that, to curb exam malpractice, back and forth. If something is not broken, don't try to fix it. That's just my own stance. I'm not saying we should improve, but can we deal with the other part where we have people who are let me tell you, statistics have shown that Nigerian children are willing to learn. Because when you come from a background where you know you are intelligent, but there's no space for you to go and showcase yourself educationally because there's no funds, because there's that social welfare is not there for your parents, are not well to do. And so you are caught up selling food items for your parents so that you can be able to support them leaving school. My point is, can we focus on, just the way the last person who contributed there, can we focus on the 20 million out of school kids? I tell you, can we say that chunk of money that is put into the educational system can also help? I'm not supposed to lower our standards, but can also help those who want to give scholarship to these people. Can we get those students out of the streets and begin to see, get into the educational system? Yes. Begin to now say, okay, for what it's worth, these ones are intelligent. Maybe given the opportunity, they can make Nigeria, great and make Nigeria proud. Then now come back to this issue of you want to cancel transfers, you want to make sure you curb this back and forth. I get it. There is no country that doesn't have exam malpractice.
Exactly. I think they should also focus on sponsoring scholarships for students.
That's my point.
Not just scholarships as well. One thing we could also work on is seeing that students, schools also get all of this. They get to do all these games where you can
extracurricular activities.
Yes, where you can also like win some money and all of these things. Because the truth is, our big problem in Nigeria is poverty.
It's poverty,
and we're also facing poverty in our educational sector.
I will tell you without even mixing words. I was opportune to. I spoke to a little boy under the bridge, right? Because I saw him, with his mom. They were selling something. I watched him for a second. The way and manner he was articulating what they was selling, could tell this little boy of maybe 10, 12 years old, right, could have a great future. So I called him and I said, "Come, what are you selling here? What's?" He said, "I'm trying to make money." Well-spoken little boy, trying to make money to support and the family. All he said to me, he didn't even mention in that one sentence. He didn't mention trying to raise money for his education. So it dawned on me that the reason why most parents want to have 2 or 3 or 5 children so that they can support their business and support the family. And I asked mother, I said, why not push this boy to school? She said to me, where is the money going to come from to cater for him? Again, where can the government come in? Why am I mentioning all these areas? I'm mentioning it because there's a huge lacuna and there's great opportunity for us to showcase the world that we have young, intelligent, ready to learn kids. Do you know there's some certain countries that most of them don't even care? I don't want to go to school. This one tell you, look, he wants to go to school. He wants to learn. He wants to study. He wants to become great. And I asked myself, if tomorrow, right, someone comes and sponsor you, how far do you want to go? He says, little boy of 12 years old, he said, look, I would like to be a professor someday.
I love it for him. So there's a gap that the government has, and they can definitely feel. There's a huge gap that we can take advantage of to get more students away from the streets, more children away from the streets into the schools, into the classrooms.
Exactly.
There's a lot of work to be done, and certainly I hope that the Minister of Education and all of the authorities do the right thing. But on that note, that's where we leave it today on the social listening segment right here on the Business Day Television Breakfast Show. Tomorrow we give you another show, but we hope you enjoyed the show, from the headlines today to the newspaper review to the business week to obviously the social listening, and as well as the big story. We hope you enjoyed our show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I'm Onyeka Valentine.
Until tomorrow, stay safe.
morning and welcome to the Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown. Let's take a look at the major business stories making headlines today. CBN raises 825 billion naira in final 2025 debt auctions. Dangote raises concerns over alleged misconduct at the Nigerian mainstream and downstream petroleum regulatory authorities. Customs, NMDPRA collaborates to end fuel diversion. Car imports in Nigeria rebound in 2025. Nigerians' exports to African countries hit 4.9 trillion naira. Now let's begin with news in Nigeria, where the Central Bank of Nigeria is set to raise a total of 825 billion naira from the domestic debt markets in the final round of sovereign issuance for 2025, underscoring the federal government's continued reliance on local funding amid elevated yields. The planned raise is split between 460 billion naira in federal government of Nigerian bonds and 365 billion naira in treasury bills. In this issuance notice, the Central Bank of Nigeria said it reserves the right to adjust the offer size in line with prevailing market conditions, a move that could affect final allotments. The Central Bank of Nigeria, acting on behalf of the Debt Management Office, will offer a total of 460 billion naira evenly split between two long-term instruments. This includes a reopening of the 230 billion 17.9% FGN August 2030 bond and an additional 230 billion naira in the 17.9% FGN June 2032 bond. The auction is scheduled for Monday, December 15, 2025, with settlement slated for December 17th. In addition to the bond auction, the CBN will also conduct a Treasury bills auction on Thursday, December 18, 2025, targeting 350 billion naira. The issuance will be spread across the short end of the yield curve, with 100 billion naira each offered on the 91-day and 182-day tenors, and 165 billion naira on the 346-day bill. The auction will be conducted through the Dutch auction system, with bids to submit the through CBN's X4 web interface between 8 a.m. and 11 a.m. on Wednesday, December 17, 2025. Each bid must be in multiples of 1,000 naira, subject to a minimum subscription of 50.1 million naira. Successful bidders will be required to settle their obligations by 11 a.m. on Thursday, December 18th. And moving on, President and Chief Executive of Dangote Industries Limited, Aliko Dangote, has called for the investigation and prosecution of the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Engineer Farouk Ahmed, over allegations of economic sabotage, claiming it undermines domestic refining in Nigeria. Speaking at the press conference at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery yesterday, Dangote accused the leadership of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority of colluding with international traders and oil importers to frustrate local refining through the continued issuance of import licenses for petroleum products. Dangote questioned how Farouk Ahmed's reported income could reasonably cover $5 million in school fees for his children, noting that even our income taxpayers would need to justify such expenses. Dangote called for an investigation from the highest authorities, referred to the Code of Conduct, bearing noting that public officials are required to declare their assets. The Dangote Group chairman, however, assured Nigerians that the pump price of premium motor spirit would fall further, stating that petrol would sell at no more than 740 naira per litre from Tuesday, beginning in Lagos, due to the refinery's reduction of the gantry price to 699 naira per litre. Expressing concern over the state of the downstream sector, Dangote said Nigerians' continued reliance on fuel import was harming local production and discouraging investment in domestic refining. It described the downstream petroleum sector as being under severe strain
alleging the presence of entrenched interests that profit from fuel import at the expense of national development. Also, the Nigerian Customs Service and the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority are strengthening their collaboration to combat the diversion of petroleum products intended for domestic use and to safeguard Nigerians' energy security. This renewed partnership alighted during a meeting between Comptroller General of Customs Adewale Adeniyi and NMDPRA Executive Director of Distribution Systems, Storage and Retailing Infrastructure of the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Ogbugu Ukwa, in Abuja. During the engagement, Adeniyi reaffirmed the service commitment to strengthening interagency cooperation, particularly in safeguarding Nigerians' domestic energy security and ensuring that petroleum products meant for local consumption are not diverted to neighboring countries. It noted that joint efforts between the agencies have produced measurable outcomes, with Operation Whirlwind serving as a model for intelligence collaborations, combined enforcement, and coordinated field activities. Adeniyi said the Nigerian Customs Service remains fully aligned with ongoing reforms in the petroleum regulatory space and will continue to provide technical input, operational feedback, and broader management expertise to support the implementation of the new guidelines being developed by the NMDPRA. He commended the authority for its efforts to harmonize legacy processes with the Petroleum Industry Act, stressing that clear and efficient export point procedures are essential as Nigerians move from being a net importer to an emerging exporter of petroleum products. Meanwhile, Nigerians' importation of passenger motor cars rebounded sharply in 2025, supported by improved stability in the foreign exchange market that eased pressure on vehicle dealers and buyers, according to official trade data. Figures released by the National Bureau of Statistics show that the value of passengers' car imports rose to 1.01 trillion naira in the first 9 months of 2025, up from 894.09 billion naira in the same period earlier last year. The increase of the 113.15 billion naira represents a year-on-year growth of about 12.7%. The data indicates that recovering gathered place only in the second half of the year, following a weak start driven by earlier currency volatility and higher landing costs. In the first quarter of 2025, passengers' car imports were valued at 224.58 billion naira, down 5.9% from 238.73 billion naira in the corresponding period of 2024. The second quarter also recorded a decline, with import falling to 254.67 billion naira from 291.93 billion naira a year earlier, a contraction of nearly 13%. The trend reserved strongly in the third quarter. Between July and September, passengers' car imports surged to 527.98 billion naira, compared with 363.42 billion naira in the same period of 2024, an increase of about 45%. Country-level data showed that the United States remained Nigeria's largest source of imported passengers' vehicles. In 2025, Nigeria's imports of used diesel and semi-diesel vehicles with engines above 2,500 from the U.S. showed a sharp upward trend. They were valued at 93.51 billion naira in the first quarter, rose to 99.18 billion naira in the second, and surged to 184.21 billion naira in the third quarter. Still on, Nigerians' exports to Africa in the third quarter of 2025 surged 97.16% year-on-year to 4.9 trillion naira, signaling what stakeholders describe as a realignment towards emerging markets, particularly intra-African trade and the BRICS bloc. Foreign trade data from the National Bureau of Statistics revealed that Nigeria exported goods worth 4.9 trillion naira to African countries in the third quarter of 2025, up from 2.49 trillion naira in the same quarter of 2024. The report also showed that exports to China and Brazil grew sharply, while exports to the United States and India declined significantly. The NBS data revealed that exports to China soared by 230.49%, rising to 2.26 trillion naira in the third quarter of 2025 from 683.74 billion naira a year earlier. Exports to Brazil also grew by 19.58%, reaching 446.76 billion naira compared to 373.61 billion naira recorded in the third quarter of 2024. Analysis of data from the United States Census Bureau further confirmed the downward trend. It showed that between January and September 2025, U.S. imports of Nigerian goods fell by $552.7 million, declining from $4.68 billion in the corresponding period of 2024 to $4.12 billion. Reports indicate that stakeholders led by Shegu Ajayi Kadiri of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria view recent trade data as clear evidence that Nigerian manufacturers and exporters are pivoting towards BRICS nations for alternative market opportunities. He explained that the move became necessary after the United States imposed a 14% tariff on most import. He added that exporters now face long shipping times, increased compliance costs, and currency volatility in U.S. bond trade, noting that BRICS countries have become more receptive to Nigerians' non-manufactured goods, agricultural produce, and semi-processed commodities. It warned that uncertainty around the renewal of the African Growth and Opportunity Act could worsen the situation, stressing the need for Nigerians to deepen trade with Africans through the African Continental Free Trade Area. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll take a short break and return with more business stories. Do stay with us.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard, a wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well, a robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritises user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. Moving on, global trade growth is projected to slow in 2026 as weaker economic expansion, geopolitical tensions, rising trade costs, and policy uncertainty weighs on cross-border commerce. This is according to the latest global trade updates published by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development in December 2025. According to the report, slowing economic growth across major economics, increasing geopolitical fragmentation, and persistent vulnerabilities in the global trading system are likely to dampen trade activities. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development noted that although imports demand in some consumers-driven markets and sectors, particularly digital technologies and environmental industries, could provide limited support, such gains are likely to fully offset the broader slowdown. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development said many developing economies continue to commit and continue to openness and cross-border investment and investigation, creating conditions for the expansion of intra-regional trade and South-South commerce. The report further shows that global trade growth slowed in the third quarter of 2025, but remained positive at about 2.5% quarter-on-quarter. The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development forecasts that global trade in 2025 will exceed $35 trillion, an increase of around $2.2 trillion, roughly 7% compared to 2024. Meanwhile, Nigeria and Tanzania have opened a new chapter in regional maritime cooperation as the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency and the Tanzania Shipping Agencies Corporation signed the Strategic Memorandum of Understanding to strengthen surveillance, safer development, and digital integration across the maritime sectors. The agreement was endorsed during a bilateral meeting on the sidelines of the International Maritime Organization's Memorandum of Understanding General Assembly, where the Director General of NIMASA, Director Dayo Moberiola, and Tanzania alternate permanent representative to the International Maritime Organization, Dr. Edward Mandanda, formalized the partnership. According to both sides, the Memorandum of Understanding establishes a framework for deeper operational cooperations, improved governance, and knowledge exchange between the two maritime administrations. According to him, the pact marks a forward-looking move for Africa's maritime future, emphasizing the shared commitment to improving maritime surveillance, developing seafarer skills, and bolstering governance in the region. According to stakeholders, the partnership positions both nations to play a stronger role in shaping Africa's maritime development architecture, with expectations that the initiative will contribute to safer seas, increased professionalism among sailors, and sustainable blue economic growth across the continent. In a major development, Nigeria's telecommunications sector has attracted $991 million in foreign direct investment over the past 3 years, according to a report prepared by the Nigerian Communications Commission. FDI inflows into the Nigerian telecom industry between 2022 and 2024 stood at $991 million. A breakdown of data from the Central Bank of Nigeria reported by the NCC indicated that foreign direct investment stood at $134.7 million and $399.90 million in 2023 and 2022 respectively. Inflows rose to about $456.5 million in 2024. On broadband penetration, the report explained that with improved coverages of 3G, 4G, and 5G at 89%, 84%, and 30%, respectively, broadband has continued to increase through marginally in year 2024. Broadband increased from 43.71% as at December 2023 to 44.43% as at December 2024. In other news, Champion Breweries PLC has officially opened a 16 billion naira rights issues of ordinary shares at 16 naira per share following approvals from the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Nigerian Exchange Limited. The rights issues, which began on Monday, is open to stakeholders registered as of qualification date September 4th, 2025. The capital rise is part of Champions Brewery strategy funding plan to support the proposed acquisition of the Bullet brand portfolio, subject to regulatory approval to strengthen its Pan-African growth platform. The offer size is 15.9 billion naira, comprising 994 million ordinary shares of 50 kobo each. Champions Breweries has continued to deliver strong financial performance, with revenue rising from 12.7 billion naira in 2023 to 20.9 billion naira in 2024, while net increased from 370 million naira to 870 million naira over the same period. In the first half of 2025, the company recorded 15.9 billion naira in revenue and 2.3 billion naira in the net income, marking its strongest half-year performance to date. In a statement on Sunday, the managing director of Champion Breweries PLC, Aduga, said the rights issue gives existing investors the opportunity to participate directly in the company's next growth chapter. It noted that the exercise combined nearly 50 years of heritage, while the fast-growing Pan-African platform continues to rise. And finally, to wrap up the business news, average prices of goods and services have continued to improve on the back of stable foreign exchange, food supply, and logistics. Ahead of the release of the Consumer Price Index reports today by the National Bureau of Statistics, independent consumer surveys and econometrics model surveyed yesterday showed continued disinflationary trend, with the headline's inflation dropping by more than 100 basis points. Nigeria's headline inflation is expected to ease in November, supported by forex stability that has reduced pass-through pressures on imported goods. The reopening of the borders, alongside lower input costs and improved domestic supply conditions, is projected ease food and non-food cost pressures, ex-CM Capital stated. Chief Executive Officer, Central for the Promotion of Private Enterprise, Dr. Muda Yusuf, called for a combination of monetary, fiscal, and structural policy to consolidate the gains of disinflation and ensure real welfare benefits of citizens. According to him, government could engage in indirect subsidization of some of the basic utilities by deploying more government-owned transport vehicles and investment in mass transit and agriculture inputs. This is much we can take on the Business News Hour this morning. My name is Glory Brown. Thank you for watching and stay tuned to Business Day Television.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay Television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on BusinessDay Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
Hello and welcome to Startup Spotlight here on bdtv, where bold founders and brilliant ideas takes the center stage. On this show, we shine the light on game changers and entrepreneurs shaping the future of business and innovation in Nigeria and beyond. Imagine living in a community where the nearest doctor is hours away and a simple health concern can quickly turn into a life-threatening emergency. For millions across Nigeria and beyond, this isn't just a story, it's their daily reality. But what if I told you that a bold idea is changing that narrative? An innovative startup has stepped in with a mission to bring quality, affordable primary health care right to the doorsteps of communities that have long been left behind. Today on Startup Spotlight, we'll be discussing innovative startup bringing affordable primary care to unreached communities. My name is Glory Brown, and joining me today is Dr. Folake Kofo Idowu. She is a double board certified physician in internal medicine and infectious diseases. She is the founder and CEO of Iyewo, a Lagos-based startup delivering insurance-backed community focused on primary care to the informal sector. Dr. Folake, welcome to Startup Spotlight. It's a pleasure to have you joining us.
It's a pleasure to be
here. By the
here.
way, you look very, very amazing.
Thank you.
So let me start by asking you the meaning of Iyewo and what really inspired you. You're a medical doctor and you have a career in medical and research, and then you were in the US and then you came all over to Nigeria to start up Iyewo. What really inspired you and what's the meaning behind the name?
Thank you very much for having me, first of all. So the name Iyewo means to check,
to interrogate, to ask questions, to inquire. But it actually didn't even start from wanting to ask. For me, when I had the vision of what I wanted to do and what I wanted it to be, I wanted it to, in my head, it represented like a triumph, like a tree that was growing against all odds. And what came to me was a big tree, and a tree grows and then it has the branches. I saw a World Cup trophy that, in a way, even though it wasn't branching out, but there was a bigger head. And also I thought about the woman's uterus, right? It kind of has that shape. It's nurturing, it's protecting, it's providing. And it took me to mother, iya, in Yoruba. And in some dialect of Yoruba, they call it iye, right? But also iye means to survive, means to thrive, means to triumph. So the name kind of started around Iye. And as I just mulled over it, I came up with Iyewo. So in terms of, just what inspired me, for me personally, it was two things. I needed a change of scenery for so many reasons. And as many physicians in the US will tell you something similar, maybe not necessarily, but they needed a change. They need a change. I needed a change of scenery. And luckily, I had kind of started this passion project from a nonprofit angle, and I was tweaking it to be more sustainable and founded a social enterprise. I was going back and forth a lot, and I realized the business really needed me. It's like a baby, you need to sit with it, you need to nurture. There's only so many meetings, so many things you can see when you are building a good foundation. And I knew that I needed to find a way to spend time with it. And I think once I found the avenue, I took that opportunity.
From what you said now, it all shows that you started this out of passion you had for primary care. And I want to know, you have an experience in infectious disease and also in other areas. What really shaped your vision in the regards of primary care to undeserved communities? I believe there is something that triggered you, you understand?
Yes.
There's something that pushed you toward that vision.
So first of all, primary care is like the baseline health care that everybody should have. Whether you are healthy or not, whether you have a diagnosis or not, everybody should have a primary care doctor, right? Because many times when disease or illness is showing up, a lot of things have gone wrong. There are a lot of conditions that are not acute. Malaria is acute. Malaria will bite, the mosquito will bite you. In 5 days, you're seeing symptoms and you take care of it. But sometimes there are lingering effects. And if you don't have a primary care doctor that follows you, then it becomes a problem. And so things like hypertension, it doesn't show until it's a problem. So some people are getting diagnosed when they are having strokes and hypertension, or they get confused, what we call encephalopathy, right? You don't want that, because it means a lot has gone wrong and your body is not in good shape anymore. So for me, we're looking at the world generally, globally, we do not have enough resources other than money, and the money is not well distributed, right? But every other thing you need for global healthcare wellness, we actually do not have enough. Manpower, especially human resources. So you have to look at what is the best way to distribute the little we have, and how can we keep more people healthy. Research has shown in countries that it's been done well, where you have a strong, solid primary care system, it takes care of 90% of the country's health issues, because you're able to prevent a lot of things, you're able to catch and manage early for cheaper, also for the individual, for the community, for the government, right? Because I tell my clients, when you fall sick, you're losing money twice. You're losing money the day you are supposed to be at work and you are not at work. You're not making money, right? Two is that you are now losing from your savings to pay for healthcare at a high cost, and a lot of Nigerians are paying out of pocket. So these are the issues, because we have to also look at it from an economic point of view. The informal sector in Nigeria holds over 70% of our workforce, and these people are largely uncovered, and these are the people who drive our revenue, right? The bustling economy we keep talking about. It's these people. Nigeria has millions of micro, small, and medium enterprise. Who is taking care of their healthcare? And these people, again, economically, when they are not working, they are not earning. And that means a family's feeding is at stake, a child's education is at stake, right? If the breadwinner drops and has a stroke, you are losing that person's time. If they become disabled, it means that there's a loss of manpower. That means for the rest of that person's life, they cannot generate revenue. There's caregiver man-hour loss also. Somebody's taking care of them. The hours they should be working and generating or living or whatever, they're spending and taking. So there's a lot of even economic components to it at the end of the day. So it's a healthy country and a healthy environment that generates and that builds wealth. And that's why primary care is very, very important. It's cheaper for us to take care of everybody at the primary care level, so that the people who, it's not everything that, it's just like saying you spray mosquito, you spray insecticide, you use mosquito net. 1 or 2 people will still catch malaria, but at least not a lot of people. So it reduces the pressure at the top, and then you still have enough money to take care of all those people.
Oh, thank you so much. So how, Ayewo has been there for some years now, despite the fact that it's still in its startup stage. How do you see startup playing a role as important as this, like a long-standing role? With time, you definitely have to move from the primary sector to the serious. You know what I mean, right?
Yes.
To the serious part where, people have to come with different illness. Now looking beyond the primary care you initially started giving. So how do you bring in profit for startups? You started this thing with the passion you have. You wanted to do something that was inside of you. But now for startups looking forward to going to something like this, how can they start the funding part, and also how can they keep it long standing in the social issues like healthcare?
So in the startup world, people know that social enterprise, that's what we are. And it's basically a business whose core or primary goal is social impact, right? It's an enterprise because it's supposed to generate revenue. Depending on how you structure it, maybe you're making very minimal profit or just enough, but it's not like great margins. Now, of course, do we want to be profitable? Yes, has to be profitable. And that's why I moved from the nonprofit angle into a business, right? Is that it needs to be self-sustaining, and the people you're serving also need to have skin in the game. Everything cannot be free, because people cannot just take things and waste your resources. I would rather be serving people who really want to be served, right? But again, you still have to serve people, even because their health matters. So moving into just a growth stage, it's about focusing on sustainability with our strategy. And we're really trying that in terms of, as much as, again, social enterprise, we're serving the lower tier of the economy, right? And these people are daily earners, they're small earners. We on our end have figured out a self-financing mechanism where we have a health wallet and they can micro save into that. So going to Mama X or Baba Y to say, give me 5,000 naira today might be hard, because you don't know which day he's going to have a lot of sales or which day they ask his child to bring money in school, right? But if you ask him for 500 naira, he probably will give that to you. And he can save that either, every week or every 3 days into his wallet. And that money is growing for his healthcare. So he has a fallback. And so for them also, that's a way we're building sustainability into it. For us as a business, we're doing our best to price reasonably. And also when we're staffing, because these are some of the things, is we're trying to staff locally. So it reduces, again, we want to pay people, we're paying people fair wages. But if somebody's coming from Ajangbadi and you want them to come and work in Marina or in, Shongutedo, you have to pay them fairly to cover transportation. But if they are in Shongutedo and you're hiring them to work in that area, at least the cost of that is less. So those are some of the strategies we are putting in place to figure out, how we can minimize our costs, because these are some of the issues that make people just run out. Funding, we're hoping to get funding. We're working on our readiness, because, funding comes with its own requirements, and you're answerable to other people's money, right? So we're working on our readiness, but also we have to make sure that we are finding the right investors, because again, we're a social enterprise, and somebody who wants a 10x right now and exit in 3 years might not be the right investor for us. So again, those are the things that we're looking at. Now, in terms of moving from primary care and to taking care of big things or bigger things, personally, for me, Iyewo is part of a bigger dream and a bigger vision. It has its own space and its own role, and by God's grace there will be other pieces of the puzzle that we will build out. But one important thing to note is that the other levels of care, secondary and tertiary. So secondary is like your general hospitals, tertiary is like the teaching hospitals where they do research, where they do academics also, and then there's quaternary, which is like really higher and it's more niche. A lot of these things are capital intensive. We don't necessarily have to do that. We can collaborate. That's another thing. We can collaborate with hospitals. There are a lot of hospitals in the city, in the country, that are not even fully utilized. So we can really focus on grabbing the primary care, which means we have the numbers, which means that if somebody needs something, higher level of care, we can easily refer. Because that's the goal of everything. One person doesn't have to do everything. We can collaborate, secondary level, tertiary level, and as people need stuff, as long as there's a warm handshake each way, we can do a proper documentation, send the information, and everybody's working, back and forth together.
Let's quickly go on a break. When we come back, it's still the Startup Spotlight. Stay with us. Welcome right back to Startup Spotlight. If you're just joining us, we've been discussing the topic, innovative startup bringing affordable primary care to unreached communities, with Dr. Folake Kofo-Doo. Dr. Folake, let's look at the challenges. From your perspective, what do you think are the biggest challenges when it comes to accessing healthcare for those in undeserved communities in Nigeria today?
The challenges that I found, but also has been documented. There's generally, we'll call it like geographic access, in terms of how close or how far is a health provider or a health facility from people, and some of these things make a difference. Someone did a study, or a group did a study one time or recently, about looking at the time for pregnant women, right, from when there's an issue to getting to a health facility where they can get help, and it showed varying numbers that were not favorable to their health. So geographic, distance is one of the challenges, but also human resource, human capacity. Do we have enough? And what that translates to, people get to facilities and they have to wait long queues. Now, there's also a long-standing general mistrust, unfortunately, that is not untrue or is not unfounded, that people have to orthodox medicine and medical practitioners. And we have a lot of work to do on our end. Yes, people exaggerate, but there's some fire to that smoke. And so that. Now, part of what I have also found is there is a psychological barrier. All of these little things that now puts, so it's not like, at least the people I'm serving are like ready, boom, to go to the doctor, right? They are still not that willing, because, and that's been one of our own work that we've had to do, is get over that psychological barrier that they have, where they don't trust you, you guys are too stressful, and you guys keep making them spend money, But I think what they've appreciated, and they feel like people don't care about them, right? So the challenges are the people are now uninterested in patronizing you, or aka the medical community, orthodox medicine, uninterested in patronizing you unless it is catastrophic. They are dying. They have collapsed. They can't breathe. And they know that the chemist cannot solve breathing problems when you are gasping for air. So they come to you when it is too late. And again, that feeds into the cycle, because now they come to you when it's too late and they're like, we took her to the hospital and she still died there. But you took her to the hospital when she was dying, right? So it's a vicious cycle, and we have to break that cycle. And primary care is a good way, because can we get there, build trust? They don't trust the medical community. Can we build trust, and can we prevent all these catastrophic illnesses where people can see value? And what we have found being on ground is, we were at Oyinbo Market signing up people. I was there on Monday, and one woman was saying, she's like, she was saying it in Yoruba, me, I'm not going to go to the hospital. So it's even good that she said it. And a lot of them did not say it. Like, they were like, thank God you came, because I'm not ready to leave my market. I don't have time. Kiniko. And you check her blood pressure is 188/130. You check the blood sugar is 400, right? And you're treating them there, and they're seeing the changes. There's someone we took care of. Blood pressure was 200, 120 something. And they gave her medication in the market. And the next day she came, she was walking differently. She said before she couldn't walk without pausing, going to her bathroom, walking through the market. She had to keep sitting down. So she would do as if she's greeting people, but she's actually resting. And she was like, she could walk to the end of the street now. Her headache was gone. So it's like that shifts, that transformation, but also them knowing that somebody cares. Because again, they go like, we go to the hospital, the nurses are shouting at us, the doctor is cold. Yes, because they're overworked, they are stressed. So it's like you're coming with gas and they give you both, and everybody doesn't like each other. So we're trying to just, how can we calm the tension down? So yeah. But aside all of that, there's a gross infrastructural deficit, right? There's human capacity. In Nigeria right now, just general health workers, going from doctors, specialists to healthcare assistants combined, we have less than 2 to 1,000 people. That's is not enough at all. From a particular competition or from wherever, I'm like, yeah, it's a lot of money, but honestly, it's a drop. 6 months salary. Right? 6 months salary is a big deal of my whole staff getting it paid without, but again, it's 6 months, and then I still have to get back to the grind of paying it. So yeah, we need big funds, because we're solving big problems.
So let's look at advice you can give to entrepreneurs building startup with a social impact as this. What advice could you give to them?
I would say find your community, find your people. Because it's hard when you are building something that you see the vision, you see where you're going, and everything else around you is telling you, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? So finding your community is very, very important. And that helps because a lot of peer-to-peer learning, you learn from other people's mistakes. There are people who have had to pivot, switch their business model or switch their business entirely. And you have to just work with people, talk to people, collaborate also. You don't have to solve all the problems. And a lot of the problems we are solving, the solutions are not necessarily non-existent. We are probably retooling or reutilizing something that's been used. For instance, for my own target community, we're talking about a health savings wallet. I'm sure the average Nigerian knows what Ajo Isusu is. So the concept of Isusu for your healthcare wouldn't be so foreign, right? So we're just repurposing what is already existing. So you have to also do a good landscape assessment. What exists and look at what can you improve. Yes, there are some things that you need to bring in, something that has never been seen, never been done before. But I think I can say that for most of the problems, there's someone doing something similar, and you just need to talk to people. And a friend of mine posted something that was saying, talk about the problem you're solving. Talk about it a lot, because as you talk about it, you will find people who will give you insights, solutions, connections, something. Be like, oh, wait, this problem you're having, I know somebody that's doing this, and boom, problem solved. But a closed mouth doesn't get fed. And a lot of people are afraid. You talk about, see, people will steal your business idea. First of all, if it's a good idea, somebody else is already doing something similar. So just do your thing.
Thank you so much. A very big thank you to you, Dr. Folake Kofoido, for sharing such valuable insight. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And that brings us to the close of another inspiring edition of Startup Spotlight. My name is Glory Brown, and it's been a pleasure having you with us. Remember, your startup story could be the next spotlight. Until next time, keep dreaming big, keep building, and keep watching Business Day Television.
You are watching Business Day Television.
This is the Business Day Television News Update, reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Dangote names 739 naira as new petrol pump price. Nigeria's exports to African countries hit 4.9 trillion naira. NGX gains 1.54 trillion naira as stocks rise 1.63%. And cars imports in Nigeria rebound in 2025. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I am Deborah Eze. Let's begin the news in Nigeria, where MRS and other partners of the Dangote Petroleum Refinery has announced plans to begin selling petrol at 739 naira per litre, days after slashing its petrol gantry price from 828 naira to 699 naira per litre. President of the Dangote Group, Alhaji Aliko Dangote, speaking at a press briefing at the Lekki refinery on Sunday, revealed that he was aware that despite lower gantry prices, some filling stations often choose to keep on prices high, thereby sabotaging his effort. According to him, MRS would commence the sale of petrol at 739 naira per litre from Tuesday, while other partners would follow. Dangote alleged that some officials had met with certain marketers, encouraging them to keep prices high in order to frustrate the price reduction, while stressing that it would fight to enforce the new price regime. The Dangote Group president says transporting petrol from the refinery costs no more than 15 naira per litre, questioning why pump prices would rise as high as 900 naira per litre, and accused the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority of issuing 47 import licenses to bring in more than 7 billion litres of petrol in the first quarter of 2026. A move, he said, was killing local investment. And moving on, Nigeria's exports to Africa in the third quarter of 2025 surged 97.16% year-on-year to 4.9 trillion naira, signaling what stakeholders describe as realignment towards emerging markets, particularly intra-African trade and the BRICS bloc. Foreign trade data from the National Bureau of Statistics revealed that Nigeria exported goods worth 4.9 trillion naira to African countries in third quarter 2025, up from 2.49 trillion naira in the same quarter of 2024.
The report also showed that exports to China and Brazil grew sharply, while exports to the United States and India declined significantly. BRICS represents a group of countries that present an alternative economic line to the Western-dominated system led by the United States of America, founded by member countries including Brazil, Russia, India, and China. The data shows that Nigeria's trade with BRICS is booming, revealing that exports to China soared by 230.49%, rising to 2.26 trillion naira in third quarter 2025 from 683.74 billion naira a year earlier, while exports to Brazil also grew by 19.58%, reaching 446.76 billion naira compared to 373.61 billion naira recorded in third quarter of 2024. And still on, the Nigerian exchange closed last week on a positive note, gaining 1.54 trillion naira as the all-share index rose by 1.63% despite a decline in trading volume. Financial services stocks dominated activities, followed by ICT and oil and gas, reflecting selective investor interest across key sectors, as analysts say the market's resilience, supported by strong sector participation and new listings, signaled sustained investor confidence amid mixed performances across indices and equities. Investors on the floor of the Nigerian Exchange Limited traded a total of 4.373 billion shares valued at 97.78 billion naira in 110,736 deals last week, reflecting a slowdown compared with the preceding week when 6.617 billion shares worth 113.224 billion naira were exchanged in 109,590 deals. Despite the lower volume, the market recorded significant gains as the all-share index and market capitalization appreciated by 1.63% and 1.64% respectively. Market analysts noted that although turnover declined week on week, the overall gains point to renewed investor confidence, particularly in the financial services and ICT sectors, adding that the rise in the all-share index and market capitalization underscores the resilience of the equities market despite mixed sectoral performances. And coming up, car imports in Nigeria rebound in 2025. This and more after the short break.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. Well, 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only not yet.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
welcome back. This is still the news updates and still on the Nigerian scene. Nigeria's importation of passenger motor cars rebounded sharply in 2025, supported by improved stability in the foreign exchange market that eased pressure on vehicle dealers and buyers. According to the reports, the value of passenger car imports rose to 1.01 trillion naira in the first 9 months in 2025, up from 894.09 billion naira in the same period a year earlier, representing a year-on-year growth of about 12.7%. The data indicates that the recovery gathered pace only in the second half of the year, following a weak start driven by earlier currency volatility and higher landing costs. Passenger car imports were valued at 224.58 billion naira in the first quarter of 2025, down 5.9% from 238.73 billion naira in the corresponding period of 2024, while the second quarter also recorded a decline, with imports falling to 254.67 billion naira from 291.93 billion naira a year earlier, a contraction of nearly 13%. And away from that story, the presidency on Sunday berated opposition political parties over allegation that President Bola Tinubu's administration is using the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission to witch hunt their members. Presidential spokesman Bayo Nonuga, reacting to the allegations, noted that while the presidency does not speak for the FCC, the anti-corruption body is an independent institution established by law and empowered to carry out its statutory responsibilities without interference or favor. The presidency therefore advised those with causes or cases to answer before the FCC to be bold and brave enough to defend themselves if they are clean, adding that President Tinubu does not issue directive to any anti-corruption agency on whom to investigate, arrest or prosecute. The statement counseled opposition parties to see the FCC as an agency with a mandate to investigate and prosecute financial crimes, irrespective of the personalities involved, their political affiliations, or their position in the society. And still on, the federal government has strongly condemned the deadly terrorist attack at the Bondi Beach in Sydney, Australia, describing the incident as a heinous and senseless act of violence that underscores the growing global threat of terrorism and hate-motivated crimes. In a statement issued by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Abuja, Nigeria said it was deeply saddened by the shootings, which reportedly targeted members of the Jewish community and claimed at least 15 lives, while several others sustained injuries. Nigeria extended its deepest condolences to the government and people of Australia, as well as to the families and loved ones of the victims, noting that the tragedy had sent shockwaves beyond Australia's shores. The federal government stressed that terrorism, violent extremism, and hate-driven attacks in all their forms remains a grave global menace, threatening peace, social cohesion, and the shared values of humanity. According to the statement, the Sydney attack highlights the urgent need for stronger international cooperation, intelligence sharing, and collective resolve in confronting terrorism, and also all forms of violence and hatred worldwide. To end the local news, Inspector General of Police Kayode Egbetokun has unveiled healthcare reforms within the Nigerian police force, bringing together all heads of police medical facilities in Abuja to chart a new course for officer well-being. At the inaugural national conference, he also launched a nationwide preventive health campaign aimed at improving early detection of diseases and strengthening the overall readiness of police personnel. Egbetokun reaffirmed that personnel welfare, particularly health and well-being, remains a core pillar of his policing agenda, noting that the upgrade of the Nigerian Police Medical Services to a full-fledged directorate in August 2025 was a landmark to reform designed to boost medical capacity, standardize health services across formations, and reinforce the overall operation readiness of the force. The IGP described the police medical system as one of the most expansive and functional law enforcement healthcare network on the continent, with 164 hospitals, clinics, and medical posts spread across Nigeria. In his words, these facilities serve police officers, their families, and in many cases, surrounding communities, positioning the force as a key provider of public health support in under-deserved areas.
So the Know Your Numbers campaign is one of our flagship preventive health initiatives. By simply knowing vital health indicators such as blood pressure, blood sugar, pulse rate, HIV status, hepatitis status, among others, we can prevent avoidable morbidity and mortality, especially given the stressful nature of our police duties. Sir, we just want to let you know that a lot of our policemen keep slumping from one disease or the other. And presently we have a number of them in the hospital. We have a number of them that you're helping out with their medical bills. And we appreciate you for that, sir.
The policing of tomorrow demands more than courage or command presence. It demands resilience, physical, emotional, and psychological. It demands preparation, not only for the threats we face externally, but for the well-being of the men and women who stand on the front line. As we gather here today, we do so with a clear understanding. This conference is not merely an administrative exercise, it is a commitment. A commitment to building a system where those who protect others are themselves protected, supported, medically empowered to serve at their highest capacity. Today, the footprint of this vision is evident across the country, with 164 healthcare facilities operating nationwide, delivering medical services already enumerated by the First Medical Director, benefiting our officers, their families, persons in lawful custody, and in some places, members of the public. This reinforces a fundamental truth that the Nigerian police force is not only an instrument of law enforcement, but also a custodian of welfare, safety, and humanity.
So the Know Your Numbers campaign is one of our flagship preventive health initiatives. By simply knowing vital health indicators such as blood pressure, blood sugar, pulse rate.
Coming up, South African rand gains as gold shines. This and more after this break.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI check to confirm the physical condition of the device, And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Scrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Scrella prioritises user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Scrella.
Welcome back to the news updates. We now head to Africa, where the South African rand gained in early trades on Monday, supported by higher gold prices as local investors look towards the year's last bit of economic data for clues on the health of Africa's most industrialized economy. Reports reveal that the rand traded at 16.84 against the dollar, about 0.2% firmer than its previous close. Gold held near a more than 7-week high on Monday on a weaker dollar and lower U.S. yields. As a major producer of precious metals, South Africa often benefits from firmer bullion prices. According to the reports, domestically focused traders will examine the South African Reserve Bank's bulletin for the third quarter, which is expected to be released soonest, offering insights into quarterly foreign direct investment and portfolio flows. And also, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, has revealed that Africa is facing a housing deficit of at least 50 million units, accompanied by a $1.4 trillion gap in housing finance. Dangiwa, speaking at the 7th Africa Housing Awards in Abuja, stressed that the housing crisis remains one of the continent's most urgent development challenges, adding that the deficit trajectory is worsening and could rise to above 130 million housing units by 2030 if solutions are not accelerated. In his words, housing shortages now sit at the center of economic growth constraints, social stability risk, and urban resilience challenges across the continent, insisting that Nigeria mirrors the broader African deficit with a conservatively estimated housing shortfall of more than 17 million units. The minister, however, stressed that no single country can close the deficit alone, calling for stronger continental cooperation, increased private sector participation, and scalable financing models. And on the foreign scene, Kemi Badenoch says the Conservative will scrap the ban on petrol and diesel vehicles due to come into force in the UK if they win the next election. The Conservative Party leader said the zero-emission vehicle mandate was a well-meaning but ultimately destructive piece of legislation, noting that from 2030, all new cars will have to be electric or hybrid as part of government effort to meet a legally binding aim of achieving net zero by 2050. The Conservative leader's comments reportedly come after a meeting with the Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who has lobbied the EU to water down its own plan for a ban. Badenoch suggested that EU had signaled it would drop a full ban, adding that the reality remains that the EU's change of heart on EVs will leave Labour more isolated. 6 EU countries, including Italy, have recently called on other member states to rethink plans to phase out new petrol and diesel cars by 2035, saying it could hurt industrial competitiveness. And Salon Chabi Yayi, the son of former Beninese president and current opposition figure Thomas Boni Yayi, has been reportedly arrested at his home. According to reports, no reason was given for the arrest, which comes a week after the failed coup attempt. Thomas Boniyai condemned the abortive coup in a video addressed 2 days later, while several arrests have taken place since the December 7th push attempt, including alleged participant who is a former Minister of Defense and key opposition figure, candidate Azane. Azane was placed in police custody for conspiracy against the authority of the state and incitement to rebellion, while Benin also issued an international arrest warrant against Pan-Africanist and anti-Western influencer Kemi Sheba, who on Sunday issued a defiant response on a video. We now head to sports after this break. And now to sports, Chelsea have joined the race to sign Manchester United midfielder Kobbie Mainoo, according to Code Offside. The United Academy graduate has managed just 11 appearances this season, and only one of those came from the start. In the club's disappointing Carabao Cup collapse to League Two side Grimsby Town. The England international has seen falling out of favour under new manager Ruben Amorim and is pushing for a move away from Old Trafford after a request for a loan transfer was turned down in the summer. Mainoo is reportedly keen to secure regular first-team football to boost his chances of making England's squad for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And so in the news, Manchester City closed the gap on Premier League leaders Arsenal as Erling Haaland brace-powered the citizens to a 3-0 victory over Crystal Palace at the Selhurst Park on Sunday. The win moved City to within 2 points of Arsenal after a hard-fought success in South London. Haaland opened the scoring late in the first half before England forward Phil Foden doubled City's advantage after the break. Haaland then wrapped up the results with his 23rd goal of the season, sealing City's 5th consecutive win in all competitions. And this is where we wrap it up this afternoon on Business Day Television News Updates. Remember to follow us across all our social media platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insight. I am Deborah Eze. Many thanks for watching.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking.
And I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome to another episode of Triumph Against Odds. My name still remains Obidiko Kafo, and on this episode we have a very exciting person to speak with, and she's someone that you will really need to listen to everything he has to say because he has great things to say. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right back right now. It's nice to have you today on Triumph Against Odds. Thank you for honoring our invite. Thank you for being here. And with us today on Triumph Against Odds, we have Kudzai Hove. I don't know if I got your name right.
Yes, you did.
Okay, and he's the CEO of Amai Food. Yes, I think I got that right too.
Yes, you did.
Because I don't like spoiling names. I always like getting them right. So I think let's just jump straight into it. So my first question is, you said your umbilical cord is tied to the Pan-African struggle. How did your upbringing and personal journey shape the way you lead Amai Fruits today?
That is a very deep question. Thank you. Possibly too deep to start with, but no problem. Thank you for having me and inviting me on the show. I think, look, I'm a child of the 70s. I'm a child of the 70s in Zimbabwe, which is when the liberation struggle was at its height in the country. If you recall, we only got independence in the 1980s. My memories, my earliest memories were of the village, of the war, and subsequently, when I was about 4 years old, we moved to the UK to be with my parents who were studying. So, and then at independence back to Zimbabwe. So we basically, I think my childhood was characterized by a lot of movement, a lot of new environments, being outside of my comfort zone, not quite fitting in. And I think it's informed my life in general, in that, I'm not scared to take risks that need to be taken. I'm not scared to be outside of my comfort zone, which if you're an entrepreneur in Nigeria, you're always outside of your comfort zone. Making decisions without having the full information, because that's what life is, and having to deal with the results. I think that's really what's kind of shaped me, and in the way that I run Amai Foods. It's also kind of accepting people are different, people don't conform, and it's okay if you don't conform. In fact, some of the best ideas are from people who don't conform. So really to try and groom that characteristic of creativity, etc., in my staff, in my team. So yeah, to answer your question.
Okay. So my second question is, Amai started in a borrowed kitchen in Lagos with 3 women from 3 different countries. What small but defining detail from those early days still shapes how you think about business now?
I think what hasn't changed for us is our commitment to the type of products that we bring out. We've always maintained that we would never sell a product that we wouldn't use in our own kitchen, that we wouldn't feed our own children, and we've maintained that throughout. Yes. I think that's something that's at the core of who we are.
Yes. So, from Ghana to Nigeria to Zimbabwe, you've lived Pan-Africanism in practice. At this stage in your life and business, do you feel you're at a crossroad or just getting started?
Can I say I feel both?
No, of course.
I feel I'm at a crossroads and getting started. Okay. I mean, look, I've been around. Amai has been around for 10 years now.
10 years?
10 years,
To be honest, I just heard about it not too long ago.
Yeah. So it's been 10 years. Wow. Which seems like a long time. I met a friend who said, look, a lot of businesses that started 10 years ago in Nigeria are not in existence anymore. So it's it is a while, and we've been through a lot. But at the same time, there are businesses that have been around for 100 years or 50 years. And so, for us, that's what we're trying to build. We're trying to build businesses that outlive us, outlive our children, can attract the brilliant Africans, brilliant young Africans to come and work with us, to build an African brand, world-class African brand, and to know that hopefully 100 years from now it will still be around. So I think, look, it is both. It feels like we're at a crossroads in many ways in our journey, because lots of things are being put into motion as we speak today, but at the same time, it's always fresh.
Okay, take us back to a moment when it felt like Amai might not survive. What nearly broke the company, and what pulled you through?
So there have been many moments like that. which is where, we are stuck. We don't have the money to pay suppliers, or we need, we're struggling to pay our staff, etc. There have been many moments like that. And I think if most founders in Nigeria told the truth, they would also agree that there are many moments like that, and there'll be many moments in the future. But I think really the moment that I felt personally that I don't know if the company would make it was when I didn't think I would make it. I think, I have, I come from a long line of strong women, and so I had this view in my mind that I must be strong, and whatever comes at me, I will be able to manage it. And I think while that's been useful to some extent, I think that it has also it neglects things like mental health, right, and your need for self-care, and the fact that you can't carry a whole load by yourself. And I think that was the moment when I just kind of realized, if this thing is going to continue, first of all, I need to take care of myself, and then I need to spread the burden, not just amongst the co-founders, but amongst my team. It needs to be a shared burden, right? Because no company can survive on just one person. And so I think, that's what really kind of made the difference, and at least just allowed us to pull through. And I think now that's continuing, that sort of ethos of everybody shares the burden is what's enabling us to continue.
So what, when you look at Amai Food, can you just explain to us what Amai Food is about? What do you people produce?
Yeah, so we're a food systems platform company, right? Our mission is to build out the infrastructure for nutrition equity and food sovereignty. Okay, so for us, what that means, I'll tell you what that means, and then I'll tell you what we do now and how we're going to, get to where we want to get to. For us, it's important that Africans can feed themselves, right? From birth, actually from before birth, right? From the time a woman gets pregnant to the time a child is 3 years old, or the first 1,000 days, let's say 2 years old, basically informs the rest of that child's life, right? So early nutrition is super important, right? And it's an area that we are falling behind in as Africa. Nigeria, 40% of the children are stunted, right? And stunting doesn't mean just a small person. It actually means that that person during that first 1,000 days probably didn't get the required nutrition, which now can affect their mental health, their intellectual development, many things. So out of the gates, we're starting several steps back. And we need, as a country, to be able to address that, because no manner of tech investing or investing in oil and gas or whatever is going to solve for that, right? We need to feed our population properly so that our children develop and are able to take the mantle. So nutrition equity, that is what I'm referring to, is super important. And being able to feed ourselves, food sovereignty is super important too. So Amai, as I said, we're a food systems platform company. We're currently active in fast-moving consumer goods. So we produce our flagship products are tomato paste called Tomato Mix, and then Tomapep, which are the main products that we sell. We use local tomatoes, local onion, ginger, garlic, peppers in our products. This is kind of the first step. We are now doing a lot of work in our value chain to actually start processing, using renewable energy to start processing some of our inputs, but at the same time being able to process those commodities for export. We're very much of the belief that Africa, Nigeria, we're leaving too much value on the table by exporting raw commodities. There is a lot of value to capture, which can be shared with small-scale farmers and other people that are along the value chain. Which to us is what creates real prosperity, which changes the dynamic when it comes to things like nutrition. So it's a very kind of circular way that we're thinking about it. We call it a systems thinking approach to the value chain, where we're very, very particular about embedding smallholder farmers, women, youth, etc., into as many parts of the value chain as possible. So just beyond buying their product from them, we want them to be part of the processing, the value addition. We want them to be co-owners with us in the processing. So that's what we are looking at.
I think I like the holistic approach, as in looking at it from the full circle.
Yeah.
So so many African businesses face the same dilemma Nkrumah spoke of, exporting raw materials instead of finished goods.
Yeah.
Was there a belief you once held about food systems or markets that you had to let go in order to grow?
That is a tough question. I think it might be what I kind of refer to as the inferiority complex that we as Africans have, that our products can't meet the standards of what is required in export markets, that we can't create the quality that is required. I think letting go of that belief, which many people believe, when you ask them, why aren't you processing? They'll be like, we can't meet up, we can't. So it's really, look, it's work, but it has to be done. And so I think it's really that, yeah.
Somebody has to do it.
Somebody has to do it, right?
So growing a food company in Nigeria means battling currency swings, inflation, and tough supply chains. How did you adapt Amai Foods to survive and thrive through those economic challenges?
So let's be clear, the economic challenges still exist.
Yes.
And we're still adapting.
Of course.
Right?
So
yeah, I mean, I think the most relevant one was our move to use local tomatoes versus trying to source tomato concentrate from different sources. Now, we were, to be honest, we were kind of forced in that move, but it's helped us a lot in terms of controlling our costs, etc. So I think that really was what kind of helped us in terms of being a game changer. Helped us in terms of our margins, being able to source more cheaply, and enable us to actually be able to compete.
Great.
Yeah.
As a founder, there are always ideas and opportunities that look good but aren't right for the moment. What's one big no you have had to make, even though it was hard?
So, oh my gosh, that's difficult to think about. I can tell you kind of in principles, in general, the big no for us right now is any product where we can't source locally. Where we can't build out a local supply chain that is resilient and sustainable. So as attractive as a business may look, we won't enter into it if we can't see how we can localize. In the short term, it's more difficult because it's always been a country where it was easier to import.
Yes.
Because of oil, dollars were always available, so it was, it was easier. If you go to other economies, Zimbabwe, where I'm from originally, just getting dollars out of the bank is next to impossible. So that's forced economies like that to look inwards versus importing, because it's very difficult to import. But for us here, we've been a bit spoiled. I think the last few years, though, have taught us that we need to look inward. And in the longer term, it will be more beneficial for us.
When costs rise or market slows down, how do you balance the optimism needed to inspire your team with the realism required to keep the business afloat?
Yeah. Again, difficult, but I have a very young team. They're very passionate, very creative, and I think what's kept us going is the ability to adapt. They're excited about developing new products. And so for us, a lot of it is about, this is a current situation. How do we adapt? And again, it's sharing the burden. No? The decisions are made jointly. We discuss possible solutions jointly. The budget is a team. How we spend money now is a team decision. And it's the best decision I've ever made because, you now have members of staff who are saying, do you know what? You can delay the salary for a couple of days and make sure that production continues. So that kind of thing is a huge deal, right? Because it's ownership of the business. Yeah.
I really like that because everybody feels like they're part of it.
Yes, exactly.
They're part of something.
Yeah.
Something bigger than themselves.
Yes. Yeah.
So if fear wasn't a factor, fear or limitations, if there are no limitations, no fear, what bold step would you take next to transform Africa's food system?
Well, we're already taking the bold step in the value chain work that we're doing, which we believe is truly innovative, which I referred to earlier, which is setting up renewable powered processing closer to farm gate, and building out a model where the smallholder farmers and their communities are part of this process, from nursery of the plants to sale of the, to table basically. So for us, that's what we're doing. If I had no limitations, etc., I would double down on that as much as possible. Yeah.
So if the next 5 years of your journey were a book chapter, what would its title be and what story would it tell?
I think the title would be Transformation. And the story that it would tell would be about my transforming from basically an FMCG company into a truly food systems platform company. So, the story would be about that process.
What would the title of the book be?
Did I not say the title?
No, let's talk about what you want.
Metamorphosis.
Metamorphosis.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are wrapping up. So I just want to ask, a very important question. We've been so serious, and I know you're somebody whose heart is big and everything. So I wanted to ask, when you're not running a mile, when you're not being a boss, when you're not leading people, what do you do to, what hidden talent do you have? And what do you do to relax or have fun or that kind of thing?
Yeah, hidden talent, not so sure about that. But what do I do to relax? Well, I'm a mother, which is not necessarily relaxing. I'm a wife, right? So I do spend time with my family, obviously. I go to the gym. I do strength training. I do yoga. I swim to relax. Also, although I've not done this for a while, and my colleagues will not be happy, I'm a bird watcher. I'm a member of the Lekki Bird Club, which is very active, and has an outing every month. Although the places in Lagos are few and far between, are getting fewer and further between to be able to actually be able to bird watch. But there are places like the National Theatre.
Yes.
There's Lufasi, there's the Lekki Conservation Centre, etc. So bird watching is another thing. And then I have some involvement in some environmental activities. There's a competition that I'm working with the Lagos Urban Development Initiative called Greening Lagos, to encourage youth to find ways to green their local environment. But they have to use existing infrastructure. And existing resources.
Funny enough, I didn't know birdwatching was a thing in Nigeria until my elder sister did a master's in ornithology.
Did she really?
Yes, in
wow.
Nigeria. In
Fantastic.
Jos. In Jos.
Yeah, Jos is amazing, apparently.
So I was like, so when I heard you say, I was like, oh wow, that's so nice.
No, Lekki Bird Club, I think it's over 100 members.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's mostly Nigerians, because people were accusing me of bringing foreignness, but it's actually mostly Nigerians. And the nice thing about it is it's an accessible hobby, so it's not too expensive to get into, you know. You can bird watch if you're lucky in your own backyard.
You can see, because I remember then my sister, when she comes home from Jos, and then she's like, that is a one thing. And I was like, okay.
And there's some people, I'm sure she can do it from the call. She can hear the bird, and then she'll be like, oh, that's
it.
You know.
Yeah, that's that, and it's cool. It's very cool.
Yeah.
So, looking back at 2015 in that tiny kitchen, what's the one piece of advice you wish someone had whispered in your ear before you started Amai?
I think you get this myth, right, that founders have this clear vision from day one and they execute on it. And I think, you know, you realize that that vision changes, and it must change because the times changed, right? And I think it would have been, I would have liked for someone to say, do you know what, it's okay. You don't have to have this, you know, like this is my vision and I'm building up. But there's this myth, you know, Jeff Bezos had this thing and this. But if you look at his story or anybody's story, you can see Amazon adapted, right? It was books initially, and then it was this, and then it was, and you keep adapting, and that's how you grow. So I think that probably would have been the one thing that would have been useful. Yeah.
At this point, I think we've, you know, come to the end of the podcast, but there's something I wanted to ask you, and I said I'm not going to let it go, but let me just, you know, go ask the questions I need to ask. And that's, I read somewhere in BusinessDay about Kwame Nkrumah's wife.
His daughter-in-law.
His daughter-in-law
yes.
teaching you.
Yes.
So the question I wanted to ask, and this is just out of the blues and all of that, if Kwame Nkrumah, who I know he's someone that you listen to and have a good listen. If Kwame Nkrumah was here, seeing what you're doing, and he looked at what you're doing and maybe used one of the spices and all of that you make and all of that, what do you think he will say? What else in your head can you imagine? What do you think he will say? Like, oh wow, it's not that kind of thing. Because I know he's almost like an inspiration and all of that.
Yes, he's an inspiration, but so was Margaret Nkrumah. Is Margaret Nkrumah, his daughter-in-law. Okay. I think she was possibly one of the strongest influences, in my early adolescence, in my teenage life, yeah. But I think that he would take the shito that we make, because we do make shito sauce, which is the black pepper from Ghana, and he would taste it. And you know what? All Ghanaians all have the shito that they like, so he'd probably be like, too much onion or something. But I don't know. I mean, I think at the end of the day, I think it's moving in the right direction. And, looking at people like an Nkrumah or Margaret Nkrumah herself, who's phenomenal. You want to always honor that legacy, what she taught you, there's this, right to self-determination. She was very unapologetic about that in early independent Zimbabwe. Very unapologetic that, it should be, the country is ours and ours. Even if we mess up, it's ours. That's the point. I think part of building a business is something, it's not political, right? You're not, but it is, for me, work that you're doing in improving people's lives, and changing the narrative for them and for their children and for their grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I mean, that's the hope, right? Is that you're not just a fleeting company, but you're actually a company that at the end of the day makes this deep impact, positive impact in people's lives.
Thank you so much, Kudai. So honestly, I wish we could go on and on and on, but sorry that can't happen.
No, it's fine.
So at this point, we've come to the end of the podcast, and I really want to say thank you for having us. I've learned so much from just listening to you talk, and I'm really hoping that everyone who is watching and who is listening is learning, and I'm hoping they're taking notes too, because this is like a note-taking experience, even for me. Even though I'm not writing, I'm storing it in my head somewhere. So at this point, I'd like to say thank you once again. So thank you for watching us today. Thank you for listening to us today. At this point, we've come to the end of Triumph Against Odds, but please, we still have a long line of interesting people for you to listen and learn. And as we always say at Triumph Against Odds, always be resilient. Thank you.